Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Development Management Committee of the 2nd of October. We're just getting some background feedback taken off. It's still there.
Amy's fault.
Right, thank you. I'm Mark Long, Chairman of the committee, Councillor Long, Chairman of the committee. Welcome to everybody who's here in the room and anybody...
Still got feedback.
Anybody viewing it online. Some housekeeping before we start. In case of a fire alarm, exit the doors in the building and make your way to the far end of the car park. Toilets are outside the door on the left. Water is outside and available outside the door on the right. A reminder to everybody, this is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, you are not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today, so can I please remind members to use their microphones, to remember to turn them off when not speaking. And can I also ask everyone present in the room, councillors and members of the public, to switch off their mobile phones or silence them so we don't have any disruptions and interruptions to the meeting. Thank you. In terms of how items are presented, the order for each application is as follows. The planning case officer will present their report. Any objector will then speak, followed by any supporter who will speak. The parish council representative will then speak, followed by the council ward member who will speak. Members of the committee will be able to question each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on each application, members will vote and come to a decision. As I said, I'm Councillor Mark Long, Chairman of the committee. I would now like to ask the officers at the top table to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter. I'm the Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bernard Taylor. I am a Vice Chairman of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn. I'm Head of Legal Services and the Council Solicitor.
Good morning, Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management for Southampton.
Good morning, Amy Hallett, Planning Officer.
Good morning, I'm Lucy Hall, one of the Principal Planning Officers.
Graham Lawrence, Senior Planning Officer for Heritage.
Thank you, everybody. Now on to the agenda. Can I ask for any apologies for today's meeting?
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillors Oram and Hodgson. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to agenda item 1, the minutes. You've all had the minutes of the meeting of the 11th of September. Can I have an indication of agreement to those minutes, please? Thank you. Thank you. Agenda item 2, urgent business. There are no items of Chair's urgent business that I know of today. Item 3, division of the agenda. There's no reason to divide the agenda today. Item 4, declarations of interest. Members, are there any declarations of interest regarding the applications before us today? Councillor Panel.
Well, it's just a point of information. I suspect other members will have received some emails last night from the Southam Society regarding items D and E on the agenda, which is the car park at Bigbury-on-Sea. I don't know if that needs to be mentioned, but if it does, as that's come in so late, are we entitled, I'll perhaps ask for legal advice on this, whether we can refer to anything that's said in that communication or not?
I'll ask Mr. Fairbairn to clarify.
Yes, you are. Officers have had the opportunity of considering it and it will be dealt with in the officer report.
Any further declarations of interest?
Yes, I need to declare, well, not a direct interest, but because I've been advised that because I
Thank you. If no further declarations, we move on to item 5, public participation. The list of speakers today has been circulated to members. At this point, can I, from the point of view of a regular item now on the agenda, is for clarification on how If I can ask Mr Fairburn, please, to run through his slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The decisions today will be made by the committee having regard to the development plan and to all material considerations. And the decisions will be made in accordance with the policies of the development plan, and unless material considerations suggest otherwise. Material considerations are those considerations that relate to the use and development of land in the public interest. Anything that doesn't relate to those purposes is not a material consideration and will not be considered. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr Fairburn. We will now move on to agenda item 6, the planning applications. And the first planning application is 6A 167125 FUL 6 Brownston Street, Modbury. The planning case officer is Amy Hallett. The recommendation is conditional approval. Ms Hallett, if I can ask you for your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, good morning, members. This application proposal is in two parts. Firstly, there is a proposed window within the rear gable of the south elevation. The roof lights shown on the plans have already been approved and installed. The second element is for a detached garden outbuilding, and you have noted from the site visit that the garden is detached from the host dwelling and accessed via a shared pedestrian footpath, which you can see on the plan there. And just a note as well, I will be covering both the full application and the listed building consent as part of my presentation. Any specific questions that members may have will be directed at Graham Lawrence. So as we can see here, the south elevation is showing the proposed gable window, and then the image on the right is showing the outbuilding. So the outbuilding is 6.4 metres and 1 metre in depth. Okay, so moving on to discuss key issues with the proposal. So the adjoining neighbour at number 5 has not raised an objection, but more of a concern surrounding overlooking from this side gable window into first floor windows in their property. So the two first floor windows are a landing window and a bathroom window. The diagram on the left has been supplied by the applicant and indicates that the line of sight from the proposed window does not allow for overlooking into the windows of concern at number 5. So that's the diagram on the left. The diagram on the right also confirms that the proposed window is set high up in the gable, with the sill being 1.52 metres. Therefore, there is limited opportunity for overlooking given how high the window is proposed. And then, as alluded on the previous slide, the neighbour has raised concerns regarding overlooking, but the two previous diagrams indicate that overlooking is not an issue. The diagram also further demonstrates that the eye line of sight is quite high, so you'd have to be a certain height to look out of the window. So the images above, these have been taken, so the image on the left has been taken from inside the bathroom window of inside number 5. So you can see the gable, and the image on the right is taken from inside number 6. That's where the proposed window will be. So following on from the site visit, it was still concluded that a condition to restrict the opening up to 100 mil is required due to the perceived sense of overlooking. So the properties are rather close together, and there is still a perceived sense of overlooking, and 100 mil will allow for cleaning of the window. And it is also proposed it's an inwardly opening window. Can't get my words out. Okay, moving to discuss heritage. So the application site is a Grade 2 listed building, and it's within Modbury's conservation area. The heritage aspect of the window is discussed in detail under the listed building application, which was recommended for conditional approval. And in terms of the outbuilding, the Heritage Officer has confirmed that the store is a modest structure that we read as a simple addition that could be removed in future without any impact on the historic fabric. The store is considered to have a neutral impact on both the listed wall, the setting of listed buildings, and on the character and appearance of the Modbury Conservation Area. Officers are satisfied that the outbuilding complies with Dev 21 and can be approved. So moving on to proposed planning conditions. Oh. So apologies, there are 4 planning conditions proposed. The standard time limit, accord with plans, adherence with the submitted drainage documents, and then condition 4, which is the restricted opening of 100 mil, which allows for cleaning of the window, and the restrictor can be broken in the event of a fire or an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms Hallett. Members, any questions to Amy Hallett, or if there's anything on the heritage side to Graham Lawrence? If there are no questions, thank you. We will now move on to speakers on this application. There's no objector speaking today, but we do have Mr. Harris, the supporter. If you'd like to come forward for your, in fact, because there are 2 applications today, the full application and the list of building consent, you have the opportunity for 6 minutes to cover both applications if you need it. Thank you.
I think there needs to be an opening slide. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee. I'm here to address the proposed planning condition requiring the bedroom window to be fixed shut or restricted to 100 millimetres opening to minimise the potential or perceived overlooking. I believe that the design already deals with these issues and that this condition is unnecessary. It places an unreasonable burden on myself and future occupiers to work from height, and ironically increases the chances of exposure to overlooking, the very thing that the condition seeks to minimise. The new room currently has limited views from the skylights only, and are mainly of the sky, roof lines and treetops. A new, small window is proposed towards the western side of the south-facing gable, as far away as possible from the neighbouring property. It is to be inward opening so that it can be cleaned from the inside. We have lived at the property for 20 years and have no wish to create privacy issues for ourselves or our neighbours. The application drawings clearly shows that the window eliminates meaningful indivisibility. The adjacent neighbour claimed that there would be a direct line of sight between her windows and the proposed window, leading to the need to put film on her landing window. We made a minor change to the submitted scheme in view of the comments to reduce the potential for overlooking by increasing the depth of the reveals. This design arrangement is not contested by officers. The 3D model views here show the views that would be represented from her bathroom and her landing window. The bathroom window is obscured, glazed with film, as bathrooms often are. So the view on the left does not actually currently exist. The other view on the right represents her landing window and illustrates that no line of sight between the windows due to the wall angles, the extended reveals, and the depth of the window that is set into the wall. The revised design ensures that views are focused outwards to the landscape and not towards the neighbouring windows, and provide adequate mitigation for the perception and potential for overlooking. Members who visited the site would have seen that the buildings are located in a historic town setting where many windows have some mutual overlooking. Our window design reduces indivisibility to negligible levels much less than the other existing windows. The window is open inwards so that it can be cleaned from inside the room. Requiring a fixed pane or limiting the opening to 100mm adds no meaningful benefit to privacy, but it actually frustrates the cleaning by leaving only a 25mm gap between the internal casement and the internal reveal. So that's the depth at which the window is set within the wall. So that won't allow enough room to get an arm between the reveal and the internal face of the window, so it can't be cleaned from inside. So if you can't clean the glass from the inside, you have to do that from the outside. So that would be from the neighbour's roof via a ladder with a bucket. And ironically, this would increase the exposure of the windows to the very thing that the condition seeks to protect. So providing unfettered views of the windows from the roof while cleaning. The exposure could be avoided by simply allowing the window to be fully open inwards, as proposed, so the window can be cleaned from the inside. It could be argued, next slide please, that there is potential to lean through the window and look sideways, but it's not necessary to mitigate for this because it would be really difficult to do due to the window's position in the wall. A ledge separates the viewer from the window internally. The top of the sill height is at 1.5, which is shoulder level, and as the clear opening width is much narrower than shoulder width, that's the clear opening width, it would be really difficult to lean through. So to do so, you would have to stand on a chair, twist uncomfortably, and crane your neck past the extended reveals. It's really an unrealistic scenario. So in conclusion, the condition is not necessary because the window's design prevents meaningful overlooking. The intervisibility assessment confirms negligible visibility. The bathroom window is frosted anyway, so you can't see either way. The condition seeks to address a privacy concern that the design already fully mitigates for. The window's impact is no greater, in fact, it's far less than other windows. The condition is unnecessary, it compromises safety and practicality and increases exposure to direct line of sight and overlooking, the very thing that the condition seeks to reduce. So I respectfully ask the committee to approve the application without the restrictive condition, as this will benefit actually both parties. So finally, to summarise, it's a difficult window to lean out of, and there are no views between the windows.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Members, any questions of Mr. Harris? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is no representation from Modbury Parish Council, and now we move over to the Charterlands Ward member, Councillor Taylor.
Yes, I'm going to refer mine to the debate, so I'll say nothing at this stage.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers. We'll now move on to the debate on this. Councillor Panel.
Just have a question for the officers. With the restrictor on the window, is it possible to remove that for maintenance and cleaning? Or is it fixed permanently and can't be removed?
Thank you, Councillor. No, restrictors can be removed to facilitate cleaning.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Members, any further comments on the application?
If
Councillor Taylor and Councillor Panel.
Oh, the Councillor Panel go first.
Having had that assurance about being able to remove the restrictor so it can be cleaned, I think this is a reasonable compromise between the neighbours. I think it's a sensible condition, and I'm happy to propose approval in line with the officer's recommendation and the conditions imposed.
Thank you. Any further, Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, well, it's difficult for me now because I think this condition is not necessary because if there's any overlooking, it's going to be from the neighbour and not from this one. And unless you got stilts and you can squeeze through 15 inches, which I can't do, obviously, then you wouldn't be able to look out that window anyway, apart from straight ahead, which gives you the view of over the hillside the other side. So I would support this without the condition, but not with the condition. But I'm going to have to wait and see what everybody says on that one.
Councillor Abbott.
Thanks. This seems to have been designed very carefully and with the extended, oh, I've forgotten the term, surround on the outside. The idea that this is overlooking is just, you know, you're into the realms of people trying to observe in rather than observing by glance. This isn't something that's going to occur on a day-to-day basis. I can't see any point in the restrictor. If you can remove it, it can be removed, and people could set to look out of that window. And so my siding is with the argument currently made by Councillor Taylor, and for that reason I won't support Councillor Pannell's proposal, but I am minded to vote for a counter proposal when that opportunity arises.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. At the moment, we have the recommendation from a proposal by Councillor Pannell, but we don't as yet have a seconder for that. But we have Councillor Rake wishes to speak. Do we? Well, I was going to say you speak, but do we have a seconder for Councillor Pannell's proposal of acceptance as per the officer's recommendation? If not, then we're still open for a recommendation. I'll take Councillor Rake's.
I would propose, if Councillor Abbott were to propose, I would second. Otherwise, I will propose that we approve this application without the limiter on the condition regarding the limiter on the window, which I in common with Councillor Abbott and Councillor Taylor, I find entirely superfluous.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. I will take.
Yeah, I'd like to second that one, Councillor. Thank you.
So we will take Councillor Rake as proposing, Councillor Taylor seconding. Councillor Abbott, thank you for your starting this ball rolling. So we have a proposer and seconder. Are there any other members wishing to speak in this debate? Excuse me. Remember, there are two applications to be voted on. Obviously, the conditions run across, so we have two applications, 1671 and 1672 to vote on separately, but with the conditions removed. I'm assuming that's acceptable. So we are moving to vote on 1671, but with the restricted condition removed. So everybody is clear on that. Can I please have a show of hands, please, for the recommendation of approval for this, but with the condition removed for the restrictor? Can I have a show of hands, please? Thank you. Those against? Those abstaining? So that is 8 for approval, 1 objection, 1 abstention. So therefore that application is approved. We now move on to 167225 LBC. Can I have a show of hands, please? Sorry, apologies, yes. Can I please have a proposer? Yep. Councillor Rake, seconded by Councillor Taylor. We have a proposer and a seconder on that application. Same proposal. Councillor Dommett.
I was just querying if this is for the container in the garden and whether we're having any discussion about that.
Apologies, yes, there is the discussion. There can be the discussion on the container or the construction in the garden. If you wish to make... Yeah, I'm told the full application was the one that included that, so we have just approved it. Apologies. This is the listed building consent, because obviously the building itself is a listed building, so we're voting on the approval of listed building consent to do the works for the window. Apologies, everybody. We'll now move on. We have a proposer and a seconder for 167225 LBC. We have a proposer and seconder for approval. Can I please?
That doesn't include. Just for clarity, it's the listed building consent, been proposed and seconded, but just for clarity, that is without the condition restricted, just to be 100% certain. So you're voting on the listed building consent without the proposed condition for the restrictor. No. Councillors, there are two applications in front of you. One is for planning permission that would be needed for the development, and one is for the specific works to the listed building that require listed building consent. You've approved of the planning permission. You're now voting on the listed building consent because the building is listed.
Rabbit.
So I can hear you making two distinctions. The two proposals before us. One is for the extension with the window, and the other is for the shed in the garden. That's not how you're talking to us now.
No, that's not. No. That's what they are one application.
At the beginning of the presentation, I said that the proposal was in two elements. It comprises an outbuilding and a window, and that I would be discussing both the full and the listed building consent, which are two applications, but for the same thing.
Councillor Abbott, it's because it is a listed building, it requires a listed building consent as well as a full application. So we are voting now on the listed building consent for the works proposed, because you need both. You've got a full application for the works and you've got a listed building consent because it's a listed building.
And it applies to both of these things that we're going to vote on now?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a question. If members don't like the work in the garden, they could debate it under this second application, presumably, this is a building consent. So I'm not quite sure. I'm just opening it up if people have the opportunity, because I think there's a feeling perhaps amongst members that the conversation and debate has been shut down too early. So I'm just putting that out there.
Councillor Bonham, I did indicate to people, does anybody wish to have any further topics, points on the application, and nobody came forward, and I did, I hesitated and nobody else came forward. Apologies if, there was no intention to push it forward, but certainly I gave members the opportunity to raise concerns, other concerns.
Councillor Bonham is correct to a certain extent in that as far as the listed building consent is concerned, yes, all elements of that are for debate. However, you are only looking at the impact of the development on the character and appearance of the listed building. Any other impact, such as impact on neighbours, impact on the wider street scene, would be covered by the planning permission and not the listed building consent. So if you've got concerns about the listed building consent element of the shed in the proposed building, yes, you can, but you can't stray into the planning considerations that are outside of the listed building consent, because you've already granted planning permission for the building.
Are members happy with that? Thank you. Right, we will now move on to the vote. We have a proposer and a seconder for 167225 LBC. Can I have a show of hands for those for approval? Right.
It's only this eye.
Members, can the officer go back and show the shed in the plans? Thank you. members, rather than discuss amongst yourselves, if you can raise any points, bring them forward. Councillor Abbott.
So what we have here, bottom right, is a low-level shed which happens to be just above the height of an historic wall, and it's temporary, it's removable, and it makes very little impact. It's down the end of a long passageway and in a garden, and I can suggest that it's fine. It's just a shed in a garden that you can take out. No, it's very low store.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Those who had attended the site visit on Monday would have seen the setting and the context of it. I can understand people raising questions on it. Does anybody else have any further comments on this? Councillor Bonham. Any further comments, questions? Councillor Dommett.
So are we not including the window in this listed building consent discussion? We've got to include both. And are there any points about the window that we need to consider as to whether it fits in with the scheme in the neighbourhood?
The matter was addressed in the report from Mr. Lawrence, the Heritage Officer, who is in favour of it and it finds it acceptable. Mr. Lawrence, could you just clarify the points for us? Thank you.
Certainly, Chair. The window is in an entirely new construction that was approved a few years ago. There's no historic fabric affected, and because of the location, the difficulty of cleaning, there was no reason to insist on a heritage type timber window. So a metal window is perfectly acceptable. It's in the cladding of the gable is corrugated sheet, which is also acceptable in this instance behind the listed building. So there were no heritage concerns.
Members, does that address your concerns or issues? Councillor Carson.
Just for my own mental help, is the shed not just permitted development?
Mr. Lawrence. Permitted development is rights are restricted within the curtilage of a listed building. Now, a lot of people put up sheds and greenhouses and things in their gardens, and we don't generally get too upset about them. But the letter of the law is that there is no permitted development right to build any structure, whether that's a fence, a wall, a shed, nothing. It all requires householder planning permission, or in this case, fraud. It's been made.
Does that address your concerns, Councillor Carson? Thank you. Any other points, members? If not, I will attempt again to move to a vote. We have a proposer and a seconder. Can I have a show of hands, please, for approval of this listed building consent? Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? That is 9 in favour, 1 abstention, so therefore that application is approved. Thank you, members, for covering that and covering the points. Thank you for those who attended for that. Thank you. And officers, thank you for your involvement in this application. We will at this point, we'll be moving on to the next application, which is 6C. We have some additional people, members of the public, coming in for this application. So we'll just give the officers a chance to set up for this one. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Thank you. Members, please, will now move on to agenda item 6C, which is 173325 FUL Higher Manor Ringmore. The case officer is Amy Hallett. The recommendation is conditional approval. Ms Hallett, could I have your presentation, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so the application is for a detached garage. It's a retrospective application. As you can see, the application site is to the north of Ringmore. So as you can see, there have been myriad planning applications, many of which have been refused or withdrawn. The first application from 2019 was approved on the 19th of August 2019. Since this approval, the application has constructed a garage in an alternative location and without complying to the 2019 consent. In 2024, the applicant applied to make changes to the bungalow and also changes to the constructed garage. Despite this application being refused, the garage element was deemed acceptable by officers, and the garage proposal under this application we are discussing today is identical to the 2024 refusal. Okay, so you can see from these diagrams, the top row is the garage to be proposed under the application, with the bottom row identifying the garage approved in 2019. In terms of key differences, on the committee application, the 3 roof lights to the north elevation are enlarged, the garage door arrangement has changed, and there is an additional ground floor window on the west elevation. The height of the garage as currently constructed with dormer windows is 7.2 metres. The application seeks to reduce the ridge height to 6 metres, remove the dormer windows, and the 6 metre proposed will match the height of the originally approved 2019 application. You will also note the blue outline shows the garage as it is at the moment, with the dormer windows, and then also the removed ridge. I'd also like to highlight to members that the first row of images show levels higher than they do on the bottom row. That's just how the architect has drawn them. There's no changes in levels as part of this proposal. Okay, so moving to discuss key issues. The application is for a garage and by its very nature has an incidental use. The applicant has not applied for an annex or a separate unit of accommodation, and it must be assessed on this basis. Preventing the creation of an independent unit or annex can be restricted by a condition which is recommended as part of the approval. Overbearing and not subservient. The garage is much smaller than the footprint of the host dwelling and is assessed as subservient to the host dwelling and compliant with Dev 20 of the JLP. The drainage officer has raised no objections subject to condition. Officers do acknowledge that removing dormer windows will result in waste materials. However, on balance, it would create a policy compliance scheme and would help deal with neighbour concerns. In terms of ecology, the submitted preliminary ecological appraisal has not highlighted any ecology concerns which would warrant a refusal. The application site is in the South Devon National Landscape. As discussed on the previous slide, when the changes are compared to the approved garage in 2019, the roof lights are slightly enlarged and there is some additional fenestration at ground floor level. Windows at ground floor are not generally assessed as causing harm to the dark night sky characteristics. And furthermore, the roof lights had previously been approved and slightly enlarged them will not cause detriment to the dark night skies to warrant a refusal. This element is assessed as complying with Dev 23 and Dev 25. The parish and neighbouring properties have raised concerns pertaining to multiple retrospective applications. However, legislation allows for additional retrospective applications, providing there is a material difference to the previous submission. The previous submission included changes to the dwelling, whereas this application is just for the garage. As this is a material change, officers are satisfied that this application can be determined. So proposed plan conditions, you will note from condition 1, the applicant has been given a maximum of 9 months to remove the dormer windows and complete the works in their entirety, and to accord with the proposed drawings. Or, if this is not done within 9 months, the building must be demolished. This has been done to provide peace of mind to the parish and neighbours that the garage will be changed to reflect the approved purpose. Moving to condition 5, usage of the garage. It ensures that the ground floor is only used for the storage of motor vehicles, with the first floor for incidental use only. By applying this condition, neighbours will be confident that the ground floor will not be converted to an annex, and that the first floor can only be for incidental purposes. And by its very nature, this means there is no overnight accommodation for personal or commercial purposes. A few other conditions, plans, ecology, drainage. Previously, officers said the red roof tiles were not in keeping with the character, so they will be conditioned to be grey, and the render will also be conditioned to match that on the host dwelling. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Howlett. Members, any questions of the officer on details? Councillor Abbott.
Thanks. Given the history of applications and construction without planning permission, the changes have to happen within 9 months or the building will be removed. But what if the roof tiles are not grey? Will the same apply? If the render is not the same, will it still apply that the building must be demolished? If there is ever a case of the upper floor not being used for only incidental reasons, can the building be demolished?
I would say the incidental condition, failing to comply with that would not result in the demolition. However, failing to comply with completing the works in their entirety could result in an enforcement notice and subsequent demolition.
Can you, sorry, I'll move on. Can you just clarify? You said in its entirety, so if one aspect is not, Mr. Weimer.
Well, I think the condition 1 is relatively clear. The garage building shall be demolished and all materials removed and the land restored to its original condition if, within 9 months of the date of decision, the garage shall not be fully altered to meet the approved plans. So fully altered to meet the approved plans would include removal of the dormers, reduction in the roof height, the change to the roof tiles and the change to the render. So if any of those elements aren't done, then the condition will be breached. We will be entitled to take enforcement action. Now, if the day after that 9 month period, there's someone on site looking to complete doing the render and completing it, then would it be reasonable to take enforcement action at that point? Probably not. You'd have to look at the individual case. But I think the condition is quite clear as to what has to happen, is that the unauthorised building has to be changed to the building granting permission, if you grant permission today, within that time frame. And to be fair, there's no other way of, in my view, securing it, because the building would then still remain unauthorised.
Councillor Abbott,
it is a different question. It's about the colour grey. Does it need to be defined given previous behaviour?
At the moment, the condition just specifies grey.
Mr. Weimer, could this be with the approval of the local planning authorities we've got with materials on a lot of occasions, so that we can see the example?
If members wish that to be added, yes, it could be.
So Sorry, can I just add something? In terms of the condition, the 9 months to implement changes, the way it's worded is slightly unusual, but this is what planning inspectors tend to use. It's a standard one that they use when they're dealing with enforcement or retrospective applications. So I appreciate on first read it's what is this saying, but yeah, it's essentially saying you've got 9 months to complete the works, and as Pat has said, yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. We'll move on to other. Councillor Allen, I've got yours, but there are some before you. There are some members asking to speak before you. So, Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Amy, for the description and your summary. I just want to understand more clearly, if I can, the difference between the proposal and the approved garage or the application in 2019, where I believe it was approved or the council was comfortable with the garage aspect. So what's the difference between this and the 2019 application that was effectively approved?
As you can see, Councillor Bonham, it's very limited changes, slight changes to the garage door arrangement. In 2019, it was a double garage, single garage and a personal door. Now it's 3 singles and a personal door. Roof light changes, again, marginal. Slight fenestration changes as well. You can see one on the... So the top is the application today, and the lower line is the 2019 application, so they're just changing in the garage door arrangement, slightly larger roof lights and fenestration.
So just to be clear, because there are no dimensions on this, the height and the footprint are pretty much identical, is that correct?
I measured the plans, and the officer report in 2019 states that it's 6 metres tall, and I measured the plan this morning and the proposed height is still 6 metres.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Councillor Bonham, thank you. Councillor Dommett.
Thanks. You've said that there's no ecological issues, but in the objectives they talk about a back corridor. Can I get clarification on that, please?
Can somebody respond to that, please? Thank you.
Apologies, bear with, I'm just having a look at the ecology report. Apologies, I was just familiarising myself with the ecology report. So there is a condition recommended. Well, there was ecology report submitted in 2019, and because it's been 6 years since the previous application was considered, they have submitted an addendum which is available on the council's website. Essentially, in terms of the headlines, there wasn't any signs of bat activity found on the site. There is a number of mitigation measures, which is fairly standard within ecology reports, including bat boxes, a couple of bat boxes, swallow nest cups and house martin nest cups, in order to ensure a slight biodiversity enhancement. But yeah, in terms of the report, it didn't find that there was any activity of bats on the site.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. In light of the fact that there seems to have been, like you said, a history of retrospective planning and quite a history of this building, how can we absolutely guarantee that there won't be a retrospective planning in the future to turn this into a house? Because obviously it could potentially become one. Thank you.
There's absolutely no guarantee that you won't get a planning permission for development anywhere, whether it's this site or any other site. Or we could.
You mean a
look at,
planning application? Apologies.
yeah. It would need anything beyond the scope of this permission, which is incidental use only, would need a separate planning application that would need to be considered on its own right, its own merit. And if there was permanent residential occupation as a separate dwelling, then that would be without planning permission, be unauthorised and could be subject to enforcement action.
Councillor Donat.
Why is it that we can't allow them to have people living in this? Why do they have to have a roof that stops people from being able to use the space? Like, why is that bad?
Because there are fundamentally policies in the joint local plan that direct where development should or shouldn't go. We have not got an application for residential development in front of us, so that would need to be properly considered with an application. An application in front of us. What's in front of us is an application for a garage. That's what's being a garage and incidental accommodation. That's what's being considered, and it'd be appropriate to restrict what's been applied, what the development is to what's been applied for, because you haven't considered the potential impact ramifications of alternative uses because they're not in front of us.
If I could just follow on. So in the 2023 planning application 063323 HHO, so that application sought to retain what was on the site at the moment, which is the higher building with the dormers in it, and that proposed it to be used as ancillary accommodation. One of the reasons that it was refused is because it included all of the necessary facilities for day-to-day living without little association with the main dwelling. The application that we've got in front of us now is to be used as a garage within the ground floor, and office space upstairs, so something we define in planning terms as incidental rather than ancillary, which is doubling up on primary accommodation. So yeah, it's partly because of that's what's been applied for in order to try and address the previous reason for refusal. And obviously using the upper floor, we're in a sensitive location on the edge of the village. You know, there's dormer windows in there at the moment. They're causing an impact. And you know, depending on how you use the space, that's got more pressure for development. So yeah, it's been assessed based on what's submitted and to address the previous reasons for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Just thinking about retrospective planning or future plannings as well. Let's say that in a year's time there's an application put in for a kitchen, which could then be argued that it was be useful for the office space, the top, or for drainage for a toilet. In terms of this
Councillor
having
Allen,
quite strict conditions,
that would, if an application came in, it would be
Yeah.
considered as well. You're dealing with what is in front of you today, not potentially what could happen.
I understand that. I'm thinking in terms of making sure that it just remains a garage in the future. So, are there any conditions that we can put on at this time in order to guarantee that it can't become a retrospective plan in the future? It's all about guaranteeing it now.
So there is a condition recommended that the ground floor is retained as a garage space and the upper floor is used as incidental, so as an office space. There is a lot of case law on the point that you've just raised. You know, sometimes people can put a toilet in. There's a very fine line between when it becomes incidental and between incidental and ancillary. But as Councillor Long has said, the application in front of us today is for an incidental building, and we've recommended conditions to make sure that it is incidental.
Thank you. Councillor Rake.
Thank you. Just a clarification, if possible. So my reading of the planning history to date is that there's been one approval in 2019, but the wrong building was built, but also in the wrong place. What's the difference? You sort of touched on this, but the difference in position between the approved garage and the as-built garage.
So bear with us, we're just going to get you a site plan up, which I think will probably help to demonstrate the differences. It is slight it is quite marginal in terms of the changes. But yeah, there is a slight difference, but just bear with us. Apologies, bear with, I'm nearly there. Right, I've joined the meeting. Right, apologies, I was just trying to... What have we got? On the left-hand side, this is the 2019 approval. And as I tried to explain on site, there is a slight difference. So we've got an outline of an old storage building that used to be on the site. That's now been demolished. But members would have noticed on Monday that the garage, which is outlined in red, single garage, which this application will eventually seek to replace, is still in existence. So yeah, this is the 2019 application, and on the right-hand side is the application which is in front of you today, the 2025 application. So yeah, you can see if you compare where the outline of the old storage building is probably the best in terms of trying to compare the two of them. I would say in terms of the plans, and for those of you that were there on Monday, the plans that we've got in front of us today suggest that it goes right up to the edge of the boundary. I don't think it does, and I don't think this this post and rail fence, which is suggested that it's depicted on the plans, is actually there, because there is a bit of a gap, as members would have noticed on Monday, where I don't know, I think there used to be an old hedgerow that's been partially removed in order to accommodate the development. So I'm not sure entirely what that is showing, but yeah, hopefully, sorry it took a minute, but hopefully that helps in terms of the comparisons.
Councillor Rake, as you asked the question.
No, thank you. It's reassuring to see that you have to slog through the system in just the same way that we do to get these plans. Sorry, I could have jumped in and I had that one up on my screen, but I was just trying to understand it. Thank you.
Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. I understand correctly, there's no landscaping scheme associated with this. The fencing at the moment is very open. I guess there wouldn't be any planning application needed for a block wall or a wooden fence that would go around the boundary. So therefore, this is my one opportunity to say that should there be something more consistent built around this, then it should include hedgehog highways. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott. Councillor Dominic, I have you, but can I just, because I was going to raise a point and raise the question, on the site visit, we did see that there was a previously existing hedge bank and hedge existing in that area. We don't have a landscape plan proposed, but I'm asking whether it would be appropriate for a landscaping scheme, because you can quite clearly see where the old hedge bank was on site, and it would be good to see a hedgerow put back on that site as part of the any mitigation, but also certainly to provide a wildlife corridor through there again, which has obviously been removed. And I wonder whether that is feasible.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to show you some photos. So the one that I've got up on at the moment, you can see that there is a gap between the post and wire fence, which marks the boundary, and also the building itself. So whilst officers haven't recommended a landscaping scheme, if members felt it was acceptable, then we could add that condition. I'm just going to show you a photo as well. Bear with me. So for those of you that were at the site visit on Monday, you remember we went down to the gate gap and looked up towards the building. Oh, there we go. So that's the existing building and the dwelling that you can see. So just in terms of this, I don't know if you can see it very clearly on the plans, but yeah, there is a bit of a gap where it does look like a bit of hedge has been removed. So if members felt it was acceptable, then yeah, we could add a landscaping condition.
Thank you. Councillor Dommett, apologies.
Thanks. I just wanted to query on the plans that you had side by side. There was a rectangle dotted on one of the rooftops. I didn't understand what it meant, so I just wanted to find out.
Sorry, these ones?
Yeah, the one on the right-hand side, there is a dotted rectangle in black on top of the proposed.
This here? Yeah. I'm not sure what that's shown, to be honest. I don't know if the...
Are you referring to the left-hand side proposal or the right? The right, in red. The dotted line, I think that's the built form because there's an overhang.
You may be right, yes.
There's an overhang to the proposed garage, and I think what that dotted line is showing, and I'd need correction, is the actual wall built form internally. Councillor Dommett?
With regards to the conditions for the colour of the roof tiles and the rendering, there doesn't seem to be a specific pattern in the village as to what is where, so I'm wondering how those decisions have come about.
So in terms of the roof tiles, one of the applications we had, I think it was the 2024 application, which was refused, but as Amy said, it was refused because of the changes to the dwelling itself rather than to the garage. So as part of that application, there was a response from our landscape officer who advised that in terms of the overall changes that were proposed to the garage, which aligns what we've got in front of us today, they were acceptable, but she felt that the red roof tiles that were on the building were inappropriate and they should be replaced ideally with natural slate, or if not a grey tile, something which is a bit more muted, rather than, because you would have seen the picture that I had up a second ago, the tiles, although they probably will weather at some point, they are quite stark, and I think the grey was felt to be something that was slightly more muted, given what's within the area. The render is already on the parent dwelling, so it was just to tie up with that, so it reads as an associated building.
The existing dwelling has red roof tiles. They've aged, but they are red roof tiles.
Yes, I mean, like I say, it was a following a response from our landscape officer where she felt that, yeah, I mean, like I say, in time, the existing red roof tiles will weather, but that will take quite a while because they are a man-made material. But yeah, at the moment, they are quite stark and they will appear stark for some time. But
Will a grey not also appear stark when they're new? I mean, couldn't we go for a muted red or a dark brown to like try and match the existing dwelling as opposed to adding a new colour into the mix?
Mr. Weimer.
I mean, officers' view is clearly that we think grey is the most appropriate. Members have been to the site, you've seen what's on the main dwelling, you've seen what's started to be put on the application site. It's entirely within your, I was going to say gift, I don't mean like that. It is entirely down to you to decide whether it is appropriate for red roof tiles to be on the building, because yes, in time they will weather. It will take some time, but they will weather. Or if you think an alternative colour is more appropriate than grey, that's entirely within your decision making, your discretion, your decision making process.
So could we not change the condition? So rather than saying the exact colour, like grey, can't we say that it should match the area or the existing dwelling?
I think, again, it's within your discretion to impose what conditions you see is as appropriate. Officer's view is clearly that if you said match the existing dwelling, it is highly unlikely you'd be able to match the existing dwelling tiles as they are now, because I suspect they've been on the roof for a number of years, have weathered, to be able to actually source weathered tiles of that colour. I would think would be, if nothing else, a challenge. But it's entirely down to members' discretion what colour you feel is appropriate. Officers have made a recommendation. We feel it'd be best to be grey. I think it'd be very difficult to say should match the area, because as you've said yourself, there's an absolute multitude of tile slate styles in the area. So I think we need to be a little bit more precise, unless it's simply a sample of the tiles submitted to the authority and it's then agreed with, if approved, proposer, seconder and chairman, in the absence, not the ward member, because ward members declared interest.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just looking at the photo and wondering whether the planning team have taken account of the views of this building from various different locations around the village, bearing in mind it is quite a high point in the location, and what because I don't see very much in the report that relates to the impact of views, say, from footpaths or from other sites that are affected by this, and I wonder if I missed that or whether those things were taken into account in making the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Bonham, we did during the site visit this point and one of the closest footpaths to view the site from there, but I'll let the planning officer raise those points.
Well, I think it's fair to say that when the landscape officer assessed the previous application, which was where the garage building is very similar to front of us now, they would have looked at it from all viewpoints rather than just standing on the site. And I come back to that. As a council, we have previously approved a building of this scale and this height in this location in 2019. And I suspect the landscape hasn't changed significantly since that point.
Just to clarify, Mr. Weimer, when you say this height, what we're looking at is the existing, which will be reduced by a metre.
Sorry, when I refer to this height, I mean the application in front of us rather than the built form as it is now.
Sorry, if I could jump in. Yeah, so you are absolutely right. There are a number of footpaths within the vicinity of the site. Levels are all changing. I mean, we stood here on Monday. I think the perceived height of it was a lot different to the footpath that we stood in on the opposite side of the site. So, yeah, you are right. You know, in terms of how it's perceived within its context is really important. The building as on site at the moment is, I think, 7.2 metres. The plan is that would be reduced by a metre to 6 metres, so it aligns with the ridge height of the dwelling. I've got Amanda's comments in front of me. She provided a fairly comprehensive response on the 2024 application, which for clarity again was refused, but only on the changes to the dwelling. And in terms of the actual garage, I'm just going to read it out. It's only 2 paragraphs. So I have noted the pre-application advice and I am satisfied that the proposed amendments, this is under the heading of detached garage, the proposed amendments broadly follow the officer's recommendations. The dormer windows are removed from the proposal, the ridge line has been reduced and the roof tiles will be a grey tile. In brackets, full details of which could be conditioned and natural slate would be preferred. Close brackets, instead of the incongruous red tile used on the current unauthorised garage building. She then goes on to say the only area of concern is the proposed aluminium garage doors, which are incongruous with a horizontal banded appearance with no detail in colour, and timber doors would be more appropriate. However, overall, the proposals for the garage are considered acceptable.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham, you want to come back?
Yeah, just pushing a bit harder on this point, if I may. The 2019 application was approved but not built, or not built as approved. So just to check, if I may, that application has lapsed, if I'm correct in my... And related to that, the previous application, I think 2024, wasn't built either as approved. So my question is, what degree of weight should we put on these previous applications that have either lapsed or not been implemented in their original applied form? How much weight should we put on those in relation to this new application? Because my understanding is if something is applied for, not built, and lapses, it goes away. And it doesn't set a precedent. So why do we keep referring back to these previous applications, suggesting that should guide us in this one? Thank you.
That's a very good question. So, in terms of previous permissions, there have been a number since 2019, but the only one that was approved was the 2019 consent. Amy showed you the elevations for the garage. That also included some changes to the main house as well. That is the only application that has been approved. Now, within the officer report, we've said at the time we were writing the report, we felt that it had elapsed because there was no kind of evidence of building on the ground. There's slight discrepancy in terms of whether the location of the building now, it's different to what was approved, although you could argue marginally. It is a material consideration because at the time the 2019 application was determined, the joint local plan was adopted and it was assessed against those policies. However, since that time, we've also had the neighbourhood plan, which has been made, And we've also had the changes to the duty to the national landscape, which Amanda has explained previously. However, I think, you know, Amanda's comments in terms of landscape are material consideration. So it is very much a material consideration. There's also been discussions with the applicants, and they have advised that drainage works were undertaken. Drainage works can constitute a commencement. We are a little bit sketchy in terms of when those works were undertaken. So I think there's a potential argument, although it's something we need to look into further to clarify, that the 2019 consent is extant. But either way, it is a material consideration, which I think we have to give quite a lot of weight to.
Councillor Bonner.
Yeah, okay, well, I take that point, but you also mentioned to others, just to be sure that these others are relevant. Since 2019, the neighbourhood plan was put together, so we must take note of that as well. And we also must take note of the additional weight of the national landscape, which was subsequent to 2019. So, or the additional weight that the government has asked us to consider, I think that was in 2025.
Yeah, so that was part of the Level Up and Regeneration Act, the duty that the relevant authorities, which includes the council, the local planning authority, it was enhanced to have regard to seek to ensure that developments conserve and enhance. So yeah, clearly move from having regard to making sure. So yeah.
Also, Councillor Bonham, the previous app where Landscape said the garage was acceptable, that was determined in April this year. That was when the additional duties were introduced, and also the neighbourhood plan was made. So it has been assessed in accordance to that.
Councillor Rake.
Yeah, but sorry, to go, this was part of my first question, and I still didn't really understand if we were to put any weight on that fact or not, because the overall application was rejected.
I'll wait for my colleague to the left to elbow me if I get this wrong. I think the refused application does have weight because it was only refused because it wasn't refused because of any impacts of the garage. It was refused due to works to the dwelling. So as you know, if you are going to refuse development, you should refuse it for all matters, not just all matters you've got concerns on, not just one. So I think an inspector would say there's a reasonable expectation that the council didn't have any concerns about the garage because it didn't form part of the reason for refusal for that particular application, and that was post the changes to policies. So I think it does have, it certainly has weight in the planning balance.
Thank you, Councillor Rake.
I have no desire to say anything, Chair.
Very good. Councillor Rake, you did indicate you wanted to speak at one point.
Oh, a long time ago, yes. But my questions have been asked and answered.
Thank you. Members, any further questions of the officers on this application? If not, we will now move on to the speakers. And thank you, officers, for answering those questions. We'll move on to the speaker. The first speaker is Mr. Baker, an objector. If you'd like to come forward for your 3 minutes, please.
Morning.
If you can use the microphone, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. I would commend you to the Parish Council's written objection, which is included in the officer's report, and I hope that I do not need to repeat its details. This is the fourth retrospective application for this site. This is against government guidance for repetitive retrospective applications, and I do not agree with the officer's report concerning this regulation. You have a copy of a letter dated the 10th of September from the Under Secretary of State, which makes it clear, and I quote, "A person who has undertaken unauthorised development has only one opportunity to obtain planning permission after the event. There are no caveats to this statement." This alone is sufficient to dismiss this application. If this is ignored, then it gives a blueprint to any developer in the South Hams to overbuild and to achieve planning permission by repetitive retrospective applications. The built garage was contrary to the 2019 site plan and sufficiently non-compliant for this permission to be ruled out of time. This is the reason the 2019 application fell. This is confirmed in the officer's report and in that of 2024. References in this application to the lost 2019 permission are now erroneous and not material. The neighbourhood plan and SPD have been ratified after 2019 and they are material to this application. The current footings of this garage are not in the position shown on the 2025 site plan drawings. This is demonstrated by the 2023 plan. Next slide. So, in the top left-hand corner, there is a blue square. That is the 2019 site plan, and the actual outline of the garage is the grey. And the difference was sufficient to rule this planning application out of time. So it is material. Next slide, please. This is the 25 application, which shows the site on the site plan is back in the 2019 position. So if you approve these drawings, this building will never be in that position unless you take it right down to ground level and start all over again, which is not the intention. Therefore, the current drawings are not correct. You're making a decision on incorrect drawings. The first floor space is still capable, and the word is capable, of residential use, and this is contrary to Dev 10, SPT 2, and SPD Paras 4.128 to 30. I would draw your attention to the Ringmore Neighbourhood Plan, RNP 13.1, and the photograph that the officer put up across the field with the sheep in it is a protected view under the plan.
Mr. Baker, unfortunately, your 3 minutes. Are you able to conclude?
Okay. For this and many other reasons, and those quoted in the Parish Council objection, this application should be refused.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Members, any questions of Mr. Baker? Any questions? Councillor Bonham.
Well, just with reference to this letter from the government, I'm sorry, I must have missed it. Is it in the pack or is it a separate document? Thank you. This letter relating to multiple applications, retrospective applications for a site sort.
Is that a question to me?
Well, it's a question to you. I mean,
I sent this to Councillor Long on Monday. He promised me it would be sent to members of the committee. I checked with the clerk this morning, and she said that that had been done.
Oh, if it's been sent by email, my apologies, but I haven't seen it in the pack.
Please.
If it was sent on Monday, that would have been after the agenda. The agenda pack had been put together and published, so it wouldn't be in the pack. And my understanding was that it was circulated post production of the agenda. Was my understanding.
Can I reply to that?
Yes, certainly.
SHDC were made aware of this regulation some 2 years ago when I spoke to Councillor Taylor about it, and further, on an unofficial basis, made the LPA aware of it for this application before putting it in writing in my objection, which is recorded on the list of objections. So the LPA have known about this for several weeks, if not 2 years.
I'll ask Mr. Fairburn to come in at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We are aware of it. I've seen the correspondence. I don't think the correspondence says quite what Mr. Baker suggests it says, but in any event, the law is quite clear that there is the council is entitled to consider retrospective applications, entitled to consider more than one retrospective application. This reference to an applicant being entitled to make, or being allowed to make only one retrospective application is a reference that appears in the planning policy guidance. It is, as the word says, guidance. It can be a material consideration, but it's a material consideration as to whether or not you exercise your powers in terms of declining to determine an application. It's not relevant in terms of this particular application. Does that help members? You can see some puzzled faces.
I think, Mr. Fairburn, it might be when you said not relevant in this application, as to perhaps clarify to members as to why you consider it's not relevant in this application.
Because the council has decided that it will consider the application, and therefore it must consider the application on its own merits and in the usual way.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Sorry, Chairman. And as Mr. Weimer reminds me, there is no enforcement notice.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, well, I have to say I'm a bit concerned that the parish council has put forward a letter asking for it to be distributed to members that I don't believe has been distributed. I take on board the guidance from our legal officer, but I also heard him say that it's a material consideration, and I'm sort of thinking that perhaps we should have seen it. I might move, although this is not a question, but I might move that we adjourn at some point. But I know we've got a speaker at the moment, so I think that's not the right time to do this. But thank you for your answer to my earlier question.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, setting all these technicalities aside and being mindful that you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but do you see a way forward in this case?
Not my position.
Indeed not, but just indicatively, would you?
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. I'm an amateur. I believe there could be a solution to this that would be acceptable to the majority of people in the area, shall we, if I can put it like that. The difficulty is, how do we get that to the table? Because I am not empowered to say what my personal view is. It would have to go back through the parish council, but there's no mechanism for them to do it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Outsiders cannot propose alterations to somebody else's planning application.
Indeed not. I was just, well, I mean, I suppose I was asking for your personal view.
Well, my personal view is that one of the major considerations, if we leave aside the retrospective bit for a minute, is the overall height of the ridge. And if that was lower, I know it's going to lower a metre, but it's still 6 metres high. And it's built up. If you looked at the photograph, you'd see that the ground has been built up a metre. Now, I don't know whether the planning officer took that into consideration when they said, oh, it's started from the same point. But the ridge line imposes on the landscape. And if you reduce the ridge height, there could be an acceptable level of ridge height if that was done with the community. And I would suggest that the householders engage with the community to find out what that level is.
Thank you.
Can I just add that you may or may not think this relevant, but other people who've gone for planning permission in the village have generally got together with the parish council and people who are involved
Mr.
and have
Baker, I
gone
think
through
you're
it.
straying away from this, so I
Okay.
think thank you. Councillor Abbott, I think you were to come in.
I was going to. I'm going to save mine for the discussion. Thank you.
You'll save it to discussion. Thank you. Members, any further questions of Mr. Baker? If not,
Mr. Chairman, can I answer a point made by the planning officer, which I didn't have? It wasn't a question to me, but it was a point.
right. I'll wait until Mr. Weimer's. What point was
Mr.
made?
Wyman sorry, I don't know your name.
Mr. Fairwell.
Said that there had been no enforcement notice, which is correct. There is no requirement for an enforcement notice connected to this repetitive application. Nowhere does it say there must be an enforcement notice.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Are there any further questions of Mr. Baker? If not, thank you, Mr. Baker. Thank you. We now have a statement to be read out by the clerk from the supporter of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicants are here, but they've asked me to read a statement out on their behalf. Good morning, Chair and members. This statement is from Mr. and Mrs. Begborough, the applicants. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Over recent months, we've worked closely with the case officer to address the issues raised on earlier iterations. The application before you is the product of that process. It reflects the officer's advice and comes to you with a recommendation to approve. First, scale and design. We have reduced and refined the form, materials and detailing to sit comfortably within the street scene and local character. Dormers have been removed, the ridge and eaves reduced in line with the previously approved parameters, and the roof material changed to a grey tile as advised. These changes are set out in the submitted design statement and shown on the existing approved proposed garage elevations. Planning balance. The scheme as revised accords with the policy and the detailed officer's advice. It delivers a well-designed, proportionate home that respects neighbours and contributes positively to the area. Crucially, it reflects feedback from the authority. We listened, adjusted, and brought the proposal into line with what was asked of us. We appreciate that members weigh a range of views, including the parishes. We hope you will also give weight to the professional assessment before you. On the evidence, we believe the recommendation to approve is the right one, and we respectfully ask you to uphold the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, no opportunity to raise new questions there. We will now move on to the next speaker, and that is Councillor Eddy, who is the Deputy Chairman of Ringmoor Parish Council. Thank you. If you can use the microphone. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. The Council's objections haven't really changed, and I'll try and summarise these. The first objection is the first floor space is still capable of resident use. There's a worry of that. The second is the scheme creates an overbearing structure both within the countryside and within the curtilage of the property. Thirdly, this year's plans are still materially wrong. Fourthly, the garage was not built to the original plans. Fifthly, it goes against Ringmoor's dark sky policy. If I take each one in turn, the garage has all the services required, including foul drainage, for it to become a residential space. They're all being plumbed in, they're all there. So it basically is an annex without planning request. The addition of roof windows and a window overlooking Armour Cove, which aren't on the side, they're on the gable, reinforces the view it's being built as a residential property. And that goes against one of the JLP plans relating to substandard accommodation. Second point, the overbearing structure. Higher Manor sits within a protected landscape, ANOB, Heritage Coast. It sits at the top of the valley looking down a beautiful Armour Cove. It can be seen from the footpath, it can be seen from the beach, it can be seen from the sea, it can be seen from Eddystone Lighthouse, okay, all the way through. So that is a protected view. JLP requires that any development conserves and enhances the landscape character. And we don't believe it does, and these slight adjustments don't really alleviate those issues with the character. So that's kind of the wider area. But actually within Higher Manor, the JLP says that any extension in the countryside needs to be appropriate scale and design, and such extensions need to be subservient to the host property. And even with the change, the gable is not subservient; it's the same height. Even with the change, the garage will be the same height. And it's still a big building at the top of this valley that everybody can see. And the original building had plans to sink it into the ground, and that doesn't seem to have happened. So without the sinking, materially it is higher. So even with the reduction of the ridge height, it's still quite an imposing building in that area. And finally, the use of the red tiles, we object to that. I think that's been covered anyway. The plan's being materially wrong. I think we referred to that earlier. The footprints that were on this year's plans are actually the footprints that were on the original 19 plans, not where the footprints actually were. So there's some materially things wrong with the current plans. Back to the 19 plans, you know, it was never built to those plans, and there was at the time the permission wasn't granted. Dark skies, Ringwell has a dark sky policy, and with all these extra windows and overlooking that valley, we think it will be a night scene from the valley, from the beach, from the community around it.
Councillor Eddy, can I ask if you could conclude?
Yeah, so in summary, which I have just got to, there's still valid question marks about its intended use. The building is not in keeping with surroundings, and if we allow this to happen, it'd be a very bad precedent and give the blueprint for future developers. Just do what they like and then come back and ask for forgiveness, really. So the application should be refused from our committee.
Thank you, Councillor Eddy.
Sorry, it was a bit rushed. I only got 3 minutes.
No, thank you. You did.
Sorry,
you did
any
well.
questions?
Any questions, members? Councillor Ray.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your very concise summary there of your objections, which I have also read. On I mean, the ability to ask for forgiveness rather than permission is just enshrined in law. Do you really think that this decision would have an impact on that, given that it's just there, it's how the law works, and
it's just a precedent, isn't it? The more that happens in our communities, the more developers will push it that little bit more, and as the resources in the councils are going to be shrunk over the next few years, that there might be that kind of, you know, people say just forget about it. Let's just forget about it. You know, and I'm not a big fan of the planning laws, but they're in place, and we have to kind of follow it, and everybody should follow it, not just individuals that feel they should follow it.
Thank you, Councillor Eddy. Any further questions of Councillor Eddy? Councillor Dommett.
I have a question, but it's potentially not for Councillor Eddy, but has come from what he's raised. Like, what do we do about the fact that the site plans don't match where the building actually is? Like, the footprint isn't the same as the one that they've proposed. Like, the existing footprint of what is there now is in a different place, right?
Either they're incorrect because they should have shown the footprints as they are now, but they actually show the footprints that they were meant to be. So either they're incorrect, or the draftsman made a mistake, or I don't know, but materially they're not correct.
Where do we stand with that?
I'll let Mr. Weimer come in here.
From what's been said from various speakers from the plans I've seen, I don't know whether I've got a high degree of confidence that any of the plans have been followed in terms of the footprint, because I don't think there's been a topographical survey of what has. I may be wrong, but I don't think there's been a topographical survey of what has been built. So I know what's been said is they were built to one permission. I'm not sure they were. I don't know whether it was built to that or whether it was built to something else. It could be that the fence line has been inaccurately put on the most recent plan. So I don't know whether it's the fence is wrong, the building's wrong. It does appear to be twisted slightly. At the moment, I'm thinking I would like a slight adjournment to discuss with the lawyer and exactly how we deal with it.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Councillor
Thomas. I know that you are against the proposal generally, but roof tiles, do you have a preference for the grey? Do you have, does that sit well with you?
There are so many different roof tiles, a lot of slate grey, there's a lot of stone tiles. If you a dark slate grey is going to be better than that carbuncle that you can see there. Yeah.
This picture does illustrate well what is happening around there.
Yeah. So,
Councillor Eddy, I won't. You don't have to respond. You've responded well to that that question.
Well, that's kind of yeah. But it wouldn't take the mind of a genius to figure out the colours, would it, and the material?
Members, can you not discuss amongst yourselves, please? Thank you. Any further questions of Councillor Eddy? If not, thank you very much.
Can I make one point to Councillor Rake's question earlier?
On what point?
That we, the community, would like to find a compromise.
Thank you.
Okay, I am on the Parish Council. Richard isn't, but I think we could find a way forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'll let you take that on. And
Councillor Eddy, thank you for that. At this point, I am going to suggest to members that we have an adjournment. There are a number of points that have been raised that need to be considered, and before we proceed any further. So at this point, I'll take a 10-minute adjournment, members, while the points are considered. And thank you for those who are here. We will be continuing after the 10 minutes. Thank you. Members, thank you. We have had that adjournment. There's been some items considered by the officers following the discussions earlier. Mr. Weimer, can I just ask you to outline? Thank you.
Whilst I think I'm not actually able to propose anything, it's down to members. My strong suggestion is that the application is deferred at the moment. I think we need to go to the applicant's agent and seek clarification on the siting of the buildings. I think the siting of the building and the extent of land ownership and the boundary, because we're all making an assumption that the post and wire fence is the boundary, but it may not be. It just may be a stock fence that's been put up by the adjoining landowner. So when we talk about, can you put landscaping in that area? Well, we don't know for sure that that's in the ownership. So I think it needs a proper topographical survey done, detailing exactly where the building is, the boundary is, so we can establish exactly the footprint of as built. So you can then make a reasonable determination whether it's approved or refused. The determination would be sound because we know the building plans in front of us are sound. In the meantime, for hopefully the next meeting, depending when we get that plan in, we'll go away and add an addendum to the report that sets out officers' legal view of the issue around can we or can we not, the power to decline to determine set more than one retrospective application. My personal professional view is that you can, because you only can't when it's subject of either an enforcement notice or applications that are identical. But we'll go away and clarify the legal advice and put that in writing to members of the committee. Something else. There's another point. There's 3 points. Oh, sorry. Yes, the other thing that's we'll seek clarification from the applicant or their agent around what works were done, if any, to implement the 2019 permission, because it's been suggested that there were works to implement the 2019 permission. I think the information we've got is a little bit sketchy, for want of a better word. So I think we need to know exactly what it is so we can come to a clear view as to whether or not the 2019 permission is extant, because I think that does make quite a significant difference whether it's extant or not extant, given the change in planning policy post 2019. And the only other thing I would say publicly is that it may be worthwhile for the applicant to start a dialogue with the parish council just to see if there is a way forward that everyone can agree with. That's just a suggestion. It's absolutely not a requirement under this application. So that's my professional view, members.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. I'll take comments from members, but I intend to request or sort of ask members if we can defer, because my proposal is that we defer this application to get all these points clarified and come back to us. But I'll take, I've Councillor Abbott first, then Councillor Bonham.
Thank you. Just to say that on the preliminary works that may or may not have been done under the earlier application, which set the things in motion, drainage was mentioned, but in fact, what's been meant also in that context is that there has been foul drainage put in, whereas foul drainage is not part of a relevant application for a garage, so that's not necessarily the beginning of a permitted
Councillor
development.
Abbott, I think the point is taken and that's part of the consideration.
With respect, Council, what you need to recall, the 2019 consent wasn't just for the garage, it was also works to the dwelling house. So the works to the dwelling house could well have required additional foul connection. It's all on one application, so you don't have to start each element of the application. The commencement of the development on the extent of the works of the house would keep the whole consent alive if works were undertaken. That's what we need to establish. What has been done? Do they fall within the definition of appropriate operational development to commence a permission which is clearly set out in the Act? So that's what we need to get to the bottom of.
Councillor Bonham, before I bring you in, I'm not going to sort of stop debate on this, but I think, you know, we'll have the ability to debate once we've got clarification and other points back. But if there is a point with regard to sort of what is being investigated and viewed, then I'll take that. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think just firstly, I should point out that I'm an acquaintance of the applicant. I wasn't aware until just now, but I have mentioned that to the clerk. To add to the discussion, I would, if you need a seconder to move the adjournment, I'm happy to do that. I would also like to suggest that in the adjournment, the officers consider the line in this letter that we've just received a copy of, 10th of September, from Baroness Taylor, which suggests that intentional unauthorised development is a material consideration. I think the officers suggested that is not quite correct, but since we have been given a copy of this letter, it would be quite useful to have clarification. I'm suggesting that these topics, Chair, are included in the questions covered in the period between now and us meeting again.
Thank you, Councillor Bond.
There is some information online as well that the objector shared with us, or shared and put on the portal, that is relevant to this as well. So this is...
can I ask what information has been shared with you? And
well, sorry, it's not been shared directly with us, but it's part of the objection that Mr. Baker put in, that's posted on the portal, and it relates to how the council should deal with a retrospective application. It seems to be government guidance on that matter.
yes, I've seen that, and I was aware of it when I was addressing the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham, and I will take your seconding of my proposal for deferment. I have proposed that this matter is deferred to another meeting for the points to be investigated and clarified that Mr. Whitemer has outlined. I intend to take it to the vote now. Can I please have a show of hands for deferring this application? Thank you. That this application is now deferred. Can I thank everybody who has attended for this application for the contributions they've made, and it will be continued on another date to be confirmed. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We now have a changeover between members. We now have a changeover between officers, so if we can just allow some time for Ms. Stewart to set up for the applications that she's bringing forward. Thank you. Members. Right. Let's try again, see whether the technology is beating us. No, we're okay. We're now moving on to agenda item 6D and E. There are two applications this before us, 209224 FUL and 160025 ADV. The officer is Claire Stewart. She will go through both reports on both applications and she'll run those through, and then we'll take questions after rather than breaking two because they are allied applications. Ms. Stewart, if you could start your presentation. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chairman. As he's just said, I'm going to run through both presentations back to back and then take questions at the end, which will probably make more sense as we go through. As some of you may already be aware, by way of update, we received a late letter of objection to both applications at about 8:20 yesterday evening. Those have been published onto the council's website already, so you can open them up if you would like to. Essentially, the letters are both the same on both applications. The issues raised are largely in relation to sort of the landscape impact of the proposals, which has already been covered in detail in the officer reports, and I'll sort of go back through those issues in the presentation. One matter that wasn't raised particularly in the officer report was heritage impact in relation to the setting of the Borough Island Hotel, which many of you will be aware is a Grade 2 listed building. The reason why it wasn't really covered is because actually the main issue with these applications is the impact on the national landscape in consideration of those wider landscape views and impacts. The views of the Borough Island Hotel, because the views are not a sort of a focused view onto the hotel, you can simply look around the signs and still enjoy the views of the hotel and its full grandeur. That's not, in officer view, a key consideration in terms of the assessment of the applications, and that's why it wasn't mentioned. But obviously, the landscape impacts are mentioned a lot more. The letter does also make reference to an application for a similar type of development on a site in the Cornwall National Landscape. I'm not going to go into the detail of that because it's a different site, it's a different policy considerations, and we need to focus on the applications that you've got before you today. So, moving into the main part of the first presentation, this is the site members who visited with me on whichever day the site visit was will recall access as you come into the main road into Bibby-on-Sea. It's a slightly odd looking red line in this application because it only needs to join up the operational development that forms part of the planning application. So it doesn't need to go around the entire site in the way that you might normally expect. Aerial photograph of the site. Members who visited the site at the site inspection will recall there were not that many cars in the car park, as we are now kind of out of the main tourist season. But as I did point out whilst we were at the site visit, for a significant chunk of the year, the site is full of cars. And it's just something to be mindful of whilst you're considering the impact of the developments that we're looking at. Just because this is taken from the actual site location plan submitted with the application. Development requiring planning permission linked up in red with the extent of the landowners adjoining land ownership in blue. And then this plan been submitted with both applications, identifies the locations of the developments that have taken place. So for the purposes of the planning application, we're looking principally at the locations of the ANPR cameras, with the main signage dealt with by the advertisement consent application. So moving through the photos, particularly relating to the planning application, this was obviously taken from the site entrance. ANPR camera 1, as is referred to on the plans, is this one here. That was a new post that was installed that's got signage on it, which is covered by the advertisement consent application. And then similarly, that was a new, just to clarify, that post, which we did look at the site visit, was a new post with signage installed on it. That's ANPR camera 2. Third one, which goes up to the overflow car park area. And then the fourth one by the existing solar array. And that's just for your information, that's the actual planning drawing that shows the ANPR camera. So the main issues, because this is a planning application, we look at principle of development, design, landscape impacts sort of in the more usual way. As is set out in the officer report, this is quite a well-established car park. It's been there for a very long time, as I understand it. So the principle of some form of signage associated with the use of the land as a car park is not something that officers would seek to raise any objection to. ANPR cameras, by the nature of what they are, they kind of need to look like what they need to look like. Concerns have been raised about the height of the cameras as detailed in the report, and there's been some comment back from the applicant in terms of what the cameras need to do from a functionality point of view, which they've had to take into consideration. And then, as I said before, the principal issue is probably the landscape impact, bearing in mind we are sensitively located within the South Devon National Landscape. There's lots of detail about that in the report, but I think what I'll do is move straight on to the next bit of the presentation, which has got some more photographs of the actual signs themselves, so that you've got more of an understanding, for the benefit of those who couldn't attend the site visit, what the setting of the site and the developments of the signs is like. So moving on to the actual advertisement consent application, red dots marking the locations of the signage which requires consent. Again, photograph showing the car park, probably taken in the peak season, when there's a lot more vehicles around than there were. Again, site location plan, red dots marking the location of the adverts. Just for the benefit, advertisement consent applications, a red line doesn't need to go to the highway, so you just get red dots where you've got lots of signage in one application. Again, the same plan again identifies the locations of the signs with a sort of a coding system of what sign is where. And then I've got a series of photographs that are more focused on the signs rather than the ANPR cameras, to show sort of the wider context of what's been installed. So this is taken slightly further back from the entrance. So you've got the initial tariff parking sign to alert people to the fact that they need to pay to park on the land, as the first one you see. And then that's the sort of welcome to Bigby-on-Sea car park sign with a nice picture. Slight closer up one to show the welcome sign, and then the first one that's got the QR code that users of the car park can use if they'd like to sort out their payment. Next signage on the edge of the car park. And then some more signage next to one of the other ANPR cameras. Another one which members will recall, there's a sort of a separate area of the there's a slope that goes down to the separate area of the car park where the toilets and the cafe are. So that kind of is the slope that goes down to there next to the coast path sign. And then this is the ones that are kind of on the end of the car park area, sort of just down from where the toilets and the cafe are. So you've got the signage around next to the actual payment machine. And there was the new post, which is sort of opposite where the cafe and toilet building are. And a slightly wider view of the car park, and you can see the signage which forms part of the application is that post there and the one there. Members will have seen there are kind of various other kind of flag posts, some signs that previously existed on the site that have probably been there for quite a long time, but for the purposes of what you're looking at, it's the new RCP signage and ANPR cameras that you need to consider. Again, moving up to the overflow car parking area, there's a signage that's been installed onto the pole that's also got the ANPR camera on it. Yeah, and again the signage next to the solar array. That's the view looking back down the track that goes up to the overflow car park. And again, the signage around the payment meter. And again, sort of looking, so Fair Islands over here, just for reference, but that's the sort of the collection of signs in the payment meter on the main level of the car park. And just in case members wanted to refer to them, we've got the actual planning drawings of the signs themselves. If members want to refer to them, each one kind of, because the signs are repeated, except for a couple of them, the signs are repeated across the site. So each one just kind of references, if you cross-refer those numbers to the legend plan, as it's called, that's how you identify which sign is which. So. But as obviously the application is retrospective, members can see from the photos what the signs actually look like in situ. So for the purposes of the advertisement consent application, which I said is for the signage, the issues with advertisement consent applications are limited to consideration of amenity and public safety. Under amenity, we would take that to include consideration of public amenity and issues around impact on the national landscape and the sort of the test around furthering the purposes of the national landscape through development. That's the kind of hook that enables us to consider those issues as part of an advertisement consent application. From a public safety point of view, we haven't received any objection from the Highways Authority, who would be the sort of the main objector if they felt there was a public safety issue with an advertisement consent application. So the key issue in terms of the advert application is really amenity, impact on the national landscape. As has been sort of set out in the reports and the supporting information that's been provided by the applicant, they have sought to ensure that they need to have a certain amount of signage so that people know what they need to do when they arrive at the car park and are able to sort of make payment and not end up in a situation where they end up getting fined because they didn't know what they needed to do because the signage wasn't adequate. I would just going back a few slides. As you'll be aware, it is quite a big car park. It's quite a large area to cover. During the summer season, you know, there will be sort of potential for people to not be able to see certain signs because they won't be able to see past the cars. But obviously, that situation isn't the case for all 12 months of the year. There will be times when it's very quiet, and it makes it a lot easier to see the signs when there aren't lots of cars in the way. But there sort of needs to be sort of that balance between sort of being obviously very, very mindful of the impact on the landscape and sort of the wider views of the site. But it is also needs to be borne in mind that this is quite a big car park that's been there for a very long time, and a certain amount of signage is to be expected. So the question is sort of, is it too much? And I've been to the site a couple of times. The officer recommendation is for approval. I will probably mention at this point, after conferring with Mr. Fabinelli, you are able to make split decisions on advertisement consent applications, which you can't do on planning applications. So if members felt some of the signage was acceptable, but there were certain signs that were not acceptable, that's something that we could discuss and sort of take further advice from our legal colleague on. Happy to take any questions through you, Chairman, at this point.
Members, right. Councillor Dommett.
Thanks. The drawings of the signage, can we just go through those again? Because they don't seem to reflect what's actually on site. So what I'm looking for in these drawings is a giant pole with at least 4 signs on it.
The way they've presented the information, you need to cross-refer between the site legend plan and the individual signs that actually show the detail of what is physically written on each of the signs. So the site legend plan, if you look on, I go back. If you look here, it's got the height specified of how high things are from ground level. There are probably clearer ways of people showing what signage they're proposing, but sort of technically speaking, it sort of meets the test of a valid advertisement consent application. But I would.
Okay, follow-up question. The pay here signs, I assume that they meet some sort of national guideline of this needs to be visible so people can come and park and know that they've got to pay. Do we know the height of that so that we can then work from that as to the height of where the other signs need to be?
If it's a question around national guidance for car park operators for signs, I think that's probably best asked of the supporter.
Councillor Nix.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the clarification surrounding some of the signage and the fact that we can pick and choose almost the advertisements that we might have concerns about. In particular, some of the high ones where they've put 4 advertisements on one sign. Can I just clarify that that's been done by the operator rather than anything we've done already?
No, we haven't had any changes agreed sort of at officer level. The signage, as I understood it, was installed last year and was installed without the benefit of advertisement consent or planning consent. The council was made, officers were made aware of that, and the applicant was invited to submit an application, and they've essentially sought to apply for what is there and what you see in the photographs.
Okay, thank you. So, if after we've heard all the discussion and the debate, there is room to change some of the way it's been laid out at the moment.
I think that it might be better to come back to you later after a bit of debate, but I think the options in front of you are to approve the application. I'm talking about the adverts now rather than the ANPR. So the advertisement consent, the options are to approve the application, refuse the application, or have a split decision. You're approving some signs, you're refusing other signs. I don't think it gives you an option to say, we will approve, I don't know, sign B. If you reduced it from 4 signs high to 2 signs high, you'd have to refuse that sign, and then a further application would have to come back in. I think you can give guidance as to what you would accept, but I don't think you could sort of change it on the hoof in committee, if that makes sense.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Claire. Could you just skip lightly through the photographs of the signs actually in situ? Carry on skipping, lovely, thank you. Yeah, you can, okay, pause for a moment. On the previous one, let's say. Actually, the one before that, please. skip backwards.
Skip backwards,
that'll do. So, I mean, we seem to have a mixture of sometimes the signs are 3 or 4 abreast or atop. Sometimes you've got a number of small signs next to each other. Have you been able to discern any particular logic in this arrangement?
Again, it's been said, I think that's more a question of the applicant.
I can't ask the applicant whether our planning officer has been able to discern any logic in the arrangement.
And it wouldn't be the position of the planning officer to sort of say whether there's any logic, but there's certainly the applicant who's installed them should have some.
Thank you, Chair, for that. Thank you. An earlier photograph, or perhaps a later one, showed a number of A boards and the like. Obviously not installed by the applicant, but is this on land over which the applicant has control, and if they wanted to could say, right, it's our signs and nothing else, so to improve the overall visual aspect?
That's not really part of this application, I don't believe.
Okay.
As a general rule, if you want to put an A board up on land that you don't own, and you haven't got the landowner's permission, I suspect the landowner could pick it up and return it to you. I don't believe the landowner could remove it, because that could then be seen as theft, but I think they could pick up and return it to you, although the Highways Authority do have the ability to pick up signs that are obstructing the footway or the highway and remove them. But you would certainly ought to have landowners' permission to install or to place anything on their land. That's just sort of common law, isn't it?
Are you happy with that, Councillor Rake?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I was just thinking if I could think of a question that I might be allowed to ask. But
you can always,
I'll
Councillor Rake, you can always come back after
you.
thinking
Yes,
a little
I
while.
will. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Bonham.
Yes, there's plenty of time for that.
No, there isn't.
No. Quick question then, because I wasn't able to get to the site visit, but I have visited the site. We seem to have 7 poles and 4 cameras. So are there 3 spare poles for something or other? I wasn't able to get there. Thank you.
There were 7 new poles installed and 4 of them have got cameras on them. The other ones have got signs on them.
So this counts as a pole, does it? This one that we're seeing the picture of? That's although in that case, there's more than 7 poles.
In terms of new poles, there were a lot of poles on the site previously because the previous operator of the site had its own signage, and some of the poles were reused from the by the previous site operator, and certainly the Wi-Fi ones were already there.
Okay, totally different question then. Do we not have feedback from a landscape officer about the impact on the national landscape on this? Again, I may have missed it.
We don't have a formal consultation response from the landscape officer on this application. I did discuss it with them, and they didn't actually want to raise any particular concerns.
I wonder if they've actually been. Sorry, I'm not sure. Can I ask that as a question?
No.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't let that one slide, Chair. The land, as you know, Mrs. Urmson has been with us for a number of years now. I'm absolutely certain she would, at some point, quite regularly be in that area, and almost certainly have used that car park, as most of us would at some point or other. So I think she would be able to make an informed judgment without actually going back to the site, given how prominent and how well used that area is. And she's certainly been there looking from that site when we had applications in on Burr Island, because I can recall her being there and taking photographs from there. So I would just slightly challenge that. Yes, I'm certain she has been there.
Thank you, Mr. Wyman. Any further questions? Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. The applicant makes some all-encompassing comment that these are the sort of cameras and that must be deployed because it's a car park. But it's not the true of Plymouth multi-storey car park, where I'm sure you all go, where the cameras are at ground level. No, they're not. They're at car level. So is there opportunity for change?
I would suggest that's probably a question that's most appropriate put to the applicant.
Members, any further questions of the officer? If not, I can see some discussion, but I hope that's right. So if there are no further questions of the officer, thank you, Ms. Stewart, for that. Can we now move on? We do not have an objector speaking today. We do have support of the applicant speaking today, and it is Miss Nashine, and you can correct me on the pronunciation. I'm happy to do that. If you'd like to come forward for your 3 minutes. Sorry, your apologies, 6 minutes because you've got 2 applications in. Thank you.
Good morning, members, and good afternoon, actually. Sorry. Good afternoon.
Can you move your the microphone a little bit closer so it's a little bit clearer? Just a little bit muffled. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of our applications. My name is Sarah Nakshine, and I am a director of RCP, a second-generation family-owned business that operates 54 car parks across the UK. We take great pride in running our car parks responsibly and in a way that balances the needs of visitors, local communities, and the environment. First of all, I'd like to thank the planning officer for the thorough and detailed reports prepared for today's meeting. They provide members with a fair and comprehensive summary of the applications before you. I understand that these applications were referred to committee by the ward member because of concerns about the number of signs and the possible impact on the South Devon national landscape. When RCP took over management of the Bigbury-on-Sea car park, there were 46 signs already in place. We removed the majority of those, retained 8, and installed 50 new signs. Some of these do not relate directly to the car park itself. For example, lifeguard safety signage and our contributions to the Big Green Net Zero scheme. The overall increase in signage is therefore relatively modest, and importantly, officers have concluded that this level of signage is acceptable. As members who visited the site will have seen, the car park has multiple access points and is laid out on different levels. Clear and visible signage is essential to ensure safety, good traffic management, and compliance with our professional body standards. We firmly believe the poles, cameras, and signs are appropriate in this context, and we agree with the planning officer's assessment that, on balance, they do not cause harm to the character of the area. I would also like to stress how important this car park is to Big Green, the surrounding area. It supports both residents and visitors, and it plays a key role in enabling access to local business and, of course, to Berg Island. Ensuring the safe and efficient running of the car park helps underpin the local economy, and any disruption to its operation would have wider consequences for the community. Beyond this, we are very conscious of our responsibilities as operators. We've contributed to date £1,500 towards the local Big Green Net Zero initiative. We respond quickly to issues when they are raised, such as the recent weekend when litter became a concern, and we even maintain areas outside of our lease to help keep the site clean and welcoming. We are proud of our car parks. We want them to be a positive part of the communities that they serve. In conclusion, we firmly believe that the application before you strike the right balance. They meet operational requirements, provide clarity and safety for users, and as officers have recommended, do not harm the character of this special area. We therefore respectfully ask members to support the officer recommendation and approve the applications. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that very concise presentation. Members, any questions? Councillor Panel?
In their submission yesterday evening, the Southam Society makes what to me was a surprising statement and says that you operate a scheme that derives the bulk of its income from fines. Is that actually true?
I'd say, Councillor Panel, it's been stated it's not relevant, but as you've asked the question, I think it's fair for it to be answered.
Southam Society have raised it, saying that is why they need so many signs, so I think it is relevant.
It's not relevant to this application. It's a statement by the Southam Society, whether they're right or wrong. I think it's inappropriate to sort of put something like this at this time about the application. You are looking at the signage and not how it's operated. Thank you.
The second question. It said that the signs are necessary to comply with the operator's code of practice. There's been a lot of criticism in recent years of operators who don't put big enough signs up. Is this also a legal requirement now of certain sizes, or is this a voluntary code?
So the British Parking Association, of which we are founding members of, are very specific on the requirements that we have to fulfill. You know, we need to have a number of signs visible at all times across the car park, and that's for a number of reasons, safety, but also to make sure that people understand the terms that they're complying with, and so these are really important. But they are mandated by our governing body association.
Actually, the first question that was asked obviously is a statement sort of towards you. The question has been made. If you wish to respond to that statement that was made by the Southam Society, then please do. It was the question that the majority of your income is derived. I don't know the actual wording. Can't recall the actual wording. If you can, from fines. If you wish to address that to members, then you have to. If you don't wish to, I think if it's being awkward, then please don't.
No, and in actual fact, I will answer it in some respects, because although it doesn't relate to the planning application, I do think it's important that I'm clear that we as a car parking operator, our business model is not based on PCN revenue. And I will make that quite clear because that's important to me. We're a family business, family run, and a lot of operators, our competitors have based their business model on that. That is not our business model. And I just want to make that really clear.
Thank you for responding. Thank you. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. I have got a couple of questions, but you'll have heard me introduce one already, and that is your choice about putting cameras on poles as opposed to putting them near eye level.
So this can be quite tricky because we have to be very careful that people don't vandalize them, and that is a huge consideration. So we have looked into other solutions, but colleagues of ours in the industry have said that usually they get vandalized, and then it ends up that we have got to disrupt the operation of the car park. We sometimes have to come down and then fix them, and it can become really cumbersome. But equally, it disrupts the operation of the car park. So that is one of the sort of key hindrances on that point. Yeah.
And so my other, I'm sure you'll hear more on signage, but my particular one is it's just so disaggregated. Where you have them all together, they're on 4 on a pole. My height, I can't see the top of that pole. So if it's about legibility, then that would be one consideration. But when you've got sign and sign and sign, unification would. A designer, a landscape architect, to go in there and say these are the signs like that. Now, I personally, on that issue, would not refuse this application, which means I then lose all power and influence on what might be done. But I suppose, what am I asking? Am I supposed to be asking you a question? Would you?
Councillor, yes.
Even if that is not a condition, perhaps would your company consider some sort of overview of these signs and some sort of bringing together, get rid of the odd pole which is not being used and consider usage, even if you do need height? Okay, so yes.
So to answer, I was at the car park myself yesterday. I was looking around at all the signage, and yes, if you are minded to approve the application, you have my word. I absolutely would make sure that we can get those signs lower, and yes, absolutely, yes.
Councillor Bonham.
Oh, thank you. Well, I thought I'd be out of turn here, but thank you for your presentation. And I do agree with your point. There needs to be a balance between the requirements of running the car park, which are obviously essential, and the other issues of landscape and design and so on. Having looked at it previously, I'm not that comfortable with the design or the number of poles or the number of the height of the cameras. So I'm trying to ask you. You said there are multiple access points to this car park. How many are there actually?
So this site is not a usual sort of layout for the sort of car park we usually have. I remember when we started onboarding the site, it became very clear that there are multiple access points. You've got, obviously at the top left boundary there, you've got the overflow. People can come in that way. You've got, obviously, from Marine Drive coming into the car park with the Welcome Bigbury sign there. That's another access point. And of course, we've got this ramp that goes down towards Berg Island. So there are quite a few different points. And so in order so that we can efficiently operate the site and make sure that people don't get a parking charge or anything like that, unfortunately we do have to have these poles with these cameras to make sure that they get included or excluded as they're driving through. I hope I've made some sense.
Okay, but maybe I could put the question rather differently. There are two access points for cars, actually. One on the right-hand side, which most people come in, and one on the left-hand side, where it's adjacent to the overflow. Those are the access points to the public road for cars too. And the other ones you mention, into the overflow and into the one down at the bottom, which is near the lifeguard station, they're not ways to get in or out for cars from the public road, as far as I know. Is that correct?
You can, as I did yesterday, you can drive out from the upper left hand and drive in. So, but also the ramp that goes to Berg Island, that there has to be an exclusion camera there, because there are actually quite a few vehicles that pass along and over the car park who are not staying at the car park, and so we unfortunately have got to have another camera there to make sure that they don't get a charge.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, there are three then,
Sorry.
including the one to Berg Island, which I agree is needed. But where is the fourth one then, the fourth camera that you have, in addition to those two adjoining the public road at the top left and top right, and the one to Berg Island?
So, Berg.
Oh, Berg.
We're just all going,
Yeah, well, it's...
So obviously the main entrance that everyone comes down into is from Marine Drive here on the upper right. That's obviously one camera there. Berg Island we've dealt with, that's the one that goes down the slip road. There is an exclusion camera on, so not the overflow, but the one just at the top there. It's on the tiny slip road going up onto Marine Drive. We do need that one there. That is also to exclude. So as you drive in, if you need to drive out again, the camera, there's nowhere else to place it. If you don't have it there, we won't know you've left. So that's a challenge we have. And then the overflow, you'll see that access way from Marine Drive, there are some residents who live down there. So unfortunately, the camera has got to be also on the overflow, again, to exclude and make sure they have rights of way over and they're not impacted by the camera.
Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Where you have three signs, one atop the other, what is to prevent that being a single sign?
As I mentioned, when I went last night to have a look at myself, yes, there is. I will say that we will get those. We will get those changed. There is nothing to prevent. We probably could make a sign that is sort of like this, and it might have to be wider because, of course, it has to fit all of these. A terms and conditions sign, how to pay, these sort of things, but we can amalgamate them so they're maybe not so high. That's not a problem. And as I said, you have my word, I will get that sorted.
So just there on the left, you've got 1, 2, 3, and you're saying that you're giving your word that you would replace that with a single sign. Okay. Oh, well. It was a question.
Councillors, sorry. What was your question? I missed.
Well, I was asking if the three signs would be replaced with one, because the applicant has indicated that that was their intention, and I was just checking that I had understood that correctly.
But that's not exactly what was said.
Please let the applicant reconfirm.
Sorry, I'm getting a little confused now. Sorry. Sorry.
Can we just let Ms. Nachene sort of respond to that? And I think it was the question that came out when you. Well, I think it's the applicant rather than a member to clarify, and I think she's the one that. Yes, Councillor Rake, if you can ask it again.
Okay. Sorry. On the left in the picture on the screen,
yes,
there is a pole with 3 signs on it. And I had understood from your earlier response and your response to my initial question that you were saying that those would be unified into a single sign.
Yes, we are able to do that, and that is a very simple thing for us to do. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Nix.
Thank you very much, Chair. My questions have already been asked by Councillors Abbott and Rake, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, and I'll take it.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm that ward member, as you will have realised. I haven't got a lot of problems with the camera signs, to be perfectly honest. These signs do concern me. I wasn't looking for one big sign, and having talked to the site manager, we talked about it, and there is a possibility that maybe the centre one in there, which does not, doesn't give you information about parking, that could be moved maybe onto that one on the right hand side, and the pole taken off a bit, and that he said wouldn't be a problem. Now, I mean, obviously it's back to you guys because you're the bosses, but would that be a possibility on all the 3? Because these are high, and the other one on the left hand side, on the coastal side, on the bottom car park, that one is the one that concerned me more than anything, because that one actually does cover up the views and everything else that goes to the national landscape. You got it on there. Now, that particular one, that was the one that concerned me. Now, that could be easily adjusted as well. I understand that you need the signage, because otherwise people will say, well, I didn't know I had to pay, but I can understand that. And the other one, I think, is a super sign, the one welcoming to Bigbury, which could be removed and put in the middle against the grass, which would be more informative from your point of view, as well as that particular sign. I mean, it's a lovely sign, and it could go on that little island, and it would be more on the right-hand side, because believe it or not, we get more right-hand drivers than we do left-hand drivers in this country. So it would be advantageous to you. Would you consider dealing with that?
Yes, we would consider all suggestions. Honestly, I think, just to reiterate, we want to work with the local community. We appreciate how much the site is of importance to everyone, including, of course, ourselves. And we want it to be a success. And if that means also working together to make sure that we can, reduce the signage and make it a little bit more in keeping, that's absolutely fine. And now the entrance one, I will have to double check with our governing body, but I can't see why it couldn't be moved to the middle island. I can't see why not, but yeah.
That would then be hidden, but I can't, obviously this is not part of your application, so I can't put that in sight, but I must admit your site manager, Bill, is excellent.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for responding. Can I move on? We've got Councillor Allen, then Councillor Panel.
I think my question is that if we're talking about different signs and different shapes, that doesn't have an impact on the application that we're looking at the moment. If we were going to, would we have a condition in, if we agreed to this, that the signs would be, you discuss the size of the shape and of the signs with the applicant afterwards, or how would that work?
Can you park that comment until every member who's has a question asks the question? I'll come back to it.
Councillor Panel.
It's sort of along the same lines, but obviously you say you can compress 3 signs into one, but that doesn't say how big they'll be. Are you open to negotiating with officers over amendments to some of the signage, and so that they meet what the members consider as acceptable as interpreted by the officers?
Yes, as long as they are also congruent and acceptable to our governing body. Yes. Yes.
Members, any further question? Because Councillor Rake.
Sorry, thank you, Chair, for your forbearance. Just in amongst the objections received, or the representations received in objection, there is a comment about the vegetation being overgrown since you took over. Is that because it's taken a while for the, or is that the case, and is that because it's taken a while for the maintenance regime to settle down? I think it's only fair, Chair, that if objections are raised, that the applicant should be given a chance to answer them.
Thank you, Councillor Rake.
Obviously, this isn't directly related to the planning application, but I'm happy to answer. Vegetation, I was there yesterday. For me, I think the site is looking quite nice, personally. We do have quite a high presence on the site now, and I'm not sure that there was previously, and we are maintaining what is within our demise. And I will say not all of it is within our demise.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've had a lot of discussion around this and a lot of comments, and Ms. Tachene, you've responded well to these. I am going to propose that we defer this application. There has been an offer from yourself to sort of review it, rationalise it, and I just wonder whether, Mr. Weimer.
With your indulgence, Chair, can we give the ward member an opportunity, because he's going to speak first before we defer, just to make sure there's nothing else being raised that the applicant wasn't aware of if we defer straight away?
Yeah, thank you. No, I've got nothing else to add to what I've already spoken. It would be nice to be included probably in the negotiations about the signs. I don't agree that it should be one big sign, because that actually defeats the whole object. It's just a matter of removing some of them, and having talking to your manager, I think it's a possibility with your indulgence, obviously, because you're the bosses. So I look forward to doing that.
Mr. Weimer.
I think there's obviously there's two applications in front of us. One is a planning application for the ANPR. I don't see any reason why you can't make a decision on that here and now, because the concerns that you appear to, I know we haven't got to debate, but the questions that you appear to be answering and those concerns appear to be more relating to predominantly the height of the signage rather than the what's on it and the number. So I think you can deal with the planning application. I've double checked what we can do with an advert regulations, and we can approve it, we can refuse it. I don't think we can approve subject to changes to be made, because we haven't got this change in front of us. So I think the best thing to do, the applicant has heard what the members' concerns are. I think the best thing to do is, as the Chairman says, defer the advert application to enable the applicant the opportunity to come back in with, not to actually do the signs and get them fabricated, put them up, but to come back in with an alternative provision of some of the signage, taking on board what you said, and then we'll bring the application back with those. I'd much rather do that rather than refuse it because you don't like certain signs at the moment. That seems to be a little bit, I wouldn't say unreasonable, but I don't think that would necessarily achieve what you're looking for. So I think deal with the ANPR application, and then I agree with the chairman, defer the second one to allow us to get some revised plans that we come back to you. I think the applicant is heard what your questions are and therefore what your concerns are. I think we can deal with the first one.
Two questions or hands up for questions. Councillor Bonham first.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I mean, I agree with what's been said by the officers, but I also do want to go back to my concern about the height and the number of camera poles, and ask the applicant if the company would consider, while I recognise that some need to be high on the main entrances, whether you would consider making a couple of them lower on the ancillary routes, because I think in addition to the signs being quite obtrusive, I think the height of the poles with cameras are quite obtrusive in this particular site. So would you consider looking at reducing the height of one or two of those poles in the review of what you're thinking about, if there was enough comment on that from other people?
As I mentioned, the height is really important for them to work efficiently. If we reduce the height, there is a high chance they'll be vandalized, and then that will cause, from experience, that will cause quite a lot of operational headache for everybody involved. That would mean that, you know, a penalty charge notice could be issued to someone who, you know, quite distressing situation, who didn't need to have that situation. And so anything we can do to minimise disruption to people's everyday lives, you know, I think the preference would be to keep them high, to keep them intact and keep them safe and operational.
I'll bring in Councillor Taylor at this point.
Yeah, thank you very much. I got no problem with the height of the camera sign, to be honest, or the cameras, the APR sign, the actual cameras. I think they're needed. I might remind you that Bigby doesn't have any vandals, but they do visit. They do. They do visit at times. You're looking at me, Patrick. I'm not a vandal, but yeah. So I'm quite happy with that, and I would actually propose that we actually approve that.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. We have a proposer. Do we have a seconder? Seconder from Councillor Panel. Mr. Wyatt.
The case officers pointed out the error of my ways. I had wrongly assumed that the full planning application was just for the 4 ANPR cameras, but the full planning application is for the 4 poles that have got ANPR cameras on and the 3 poles that have got signage on, and those 3 poles may get reduced in height with the revised signage. Now, my recollection of the advert regs is that the advertisement would include the structure that it is affixed to. Mm-hmm. So the 3 poles that don't have ANPR cameras on don't actually require planning consent because they would be granted permission through the advertisement consent regulations, if that makes sense. So I think if it's a delegated approval subject to change in the description, so it's just for the 4 ANPR poles and cameras, and then we'll deal with because the other poles would inherently be dealt with under the advertisement consent regulations. So I think I'm more than happy that you can approve the ANPR poles and cameras, but I think we just, for clarity, we just need to so it's application for 4 poles and 4 ANPR cameras, and then we leave the other 3 for the advertisement consent. So it's delegated approval subject to the applicant agreeing that, and there's a change on the description. Sorry for not picking that up earlier, that's my fault.
Members, are we clear on that? Yeah. Are there any other questions? I didn't see any other hands up for that. So we have a proposer and a seconder for the first application, which is 209224 FUL, for approval on the basis, for delegated approval on the basis of Mr. Weimer has indicated. Can I have a show of hands, please, for approval? Thank you. Refusal? Abstention? So that application is a delegated approval as per Mr. Weimer has indicated, and that is approved. We now will, if I can just have confirmation, I had previously asked for a deferral of 160025 ADV. We had a proposer and a seconder for that. Councillor Dommett.
So does this mean we're not going to be discussing the signs any further, and they've only got the information that we've discussed so far, not having debated it or brought our points and thoughts forwards about them?
There was a fair bit of discussion amongst people.
Well, this was questioning the supporter, is as far as we got.
Yeah, to avoid any questions of predetermination or anything else, it's probably appropriate to stop at that particular juncture and then for members to debate the application when it's back before you with a fresh mind. If you've got any concerns, then obviously you can raise them with Mr. Weimer and the officers.
I think if you bring any particular, because we've all obviously got some sort of issues and concerns, those who visited, those who have looked at it now, and you can bring those to Mr. Weimer or to the officer, because there will be further discussions with the applicant before it comes back as a proposal back to us again. Councillor Dommett?
I mean, I don't have a choice, do I? I'd rather be able to raise my points now, but you've said that I can't, so.
Otherwise, as has been indicated, it could be predetermined. Thank you. Members, there's a proposal for deferment. Can I have a show of hands, those approving deferment? We are moving to defer this application. That's unanimous. Thank you. That will come back to us at some point. Yes, we do. Ms. Nashini, thank you very much for the involvement, and thank you for the what you've done in allowing this to be sort of worked on again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Members, that concludes our the business for the meeting this morning. We will return here at 2 p.m. and lunch is in the members' room. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We now start the afternoon session of the Development Management Committee on the 2nd of October. I'm Councillor Mark Long, Chairman of the committee. Just some housekeeping before we start. In case of a fire alarm, please exit the doors in the building and make your way to the far end of the car park. Toilets are outside the door on the left, water is available outside the door on the right. This is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, are not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today, so can I please remind council members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. Also, can I ask that all mobile phones are either switched off or put on silent so we don't have any disruption in the meeting. I'll just make sure mine's switched off. It'd be embarrassing if it wasn't. And just for those who are not aware, in terms of how items are presented today, the order for each application is as follows. The planning case officer will present their report. Any objector will speak, followed by any supporter will speak. The parish council representatives will then speak, and followed by the ward member who will speak. Council members on the committee will be able to question each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on the application, the council members will vote and come to a decision. As I said, I am Councillor Mark Long, Chairman of the committee. Can I ask all the officers on the top table to introduce themselves, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Amelia Bolter. I'm the Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Bernard Taylor, Vice Chairman of this committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn. I'm Head of Legal Services and the Council's Monitoring Officer.
Good afternoon, Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management.
Adrian Nooner, Planning Case Officer for the application at Holberton.
Right, we will now move on to the planning application on the agenda 6F, which is 021425 VAR, development site north of Churchill, Holberton. The case officer is Adrian Noon, and the recommendation is approved subject to 2 points. If I can ask Mr. Noon to take us through his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The application is made to vary a condition of the approval for the site to substitute the drainage drawings. The original two drainage drawings, C100 and C101 up there, are to be superseded by, I think you've got C401 and 402 up there. This reflects changes that became necessary during the course of construction to reflect some circumstances that became apparent off-site, where previously it had been hoped to run a new surface water only sewer in Vicarage Hill. There proved not to be enough room to do that, and as a consequence an alternative scheme was agreed with South West Water, which puts the surface water from part of the development site into the combined sewer at a much attenuated rate to what was previously proposed to go into the new surface water only drain. I've got a number of drawings that will show the changes. They are all in the ground. You do not see any evidence of them above ground. So the presentation is quite light in terms of the approved development, because that is utterly unchanged in terms of what you see above the ground. It is solely a pipe that goes somewhere different to what was originally approved that you're being asked to consider here today. So take you through the slides. This is the red line site. It's a very odd shape because on the left-hand side, to the left of the road leading to the farm to the north, there is an area of attenuation to be put in to deal with a pre-existing problem with surface water coming from the adjoining agricultural land that used to flow over this site that caused problems, well-known problems, would have caused problems for this development. So that is dealt with by a new attenuation scheme. That is completely separate to the issue we're going to be looking at today, which is for the surface water from the developed part of the site only. So I'll go through, I'll show you that attenuation scheme in a moment. This is the development site as taken by Google when they flew over at the construction phase. It's very obvious. You can see all the works in light brown there. Pre-development, it was essentially a rough paddock. And then looking in slightly closer on the first Google aerial, you can see that you can just about pick out the houses going up at this stage. There's more construction on the left-hand side, and lower down on the right-hand side that the construction was at footing stage at this point. So there's just to remind us, there's the shape of the application site. And this slide shows the issues that the applicant sought to deal with as part of benefits of the development. So the beige area on the main plan, that's the catchment area that used to drain across this site. And you can see the light blue colour across the site, that was the surface water flooding that occurred. And at the bottom of the site, you've got a lot of water coming in all directions and pooling up at that end there, which then used to go out unattenuated onto Vicarage Hill, where it always got into the combined sewer. That's where it went. The problem they had at this point in time, that there was a land drain that had collapsed, and this is why this water was all on the surface. As part of the development, the land drain was reinstated. So this surface water from the adjoining agricultural land is now caught on site and put into a new land drain, and then it goes to where it always went, which is the combined sewer on Vicarage Hill. So that is the benefit of the development in terms of a pre-existing situation. Just moving on, this is what we saw as the strategy to deal with that off-site surface water at outline stage, picked up in an attenuation pool on the left, taken through a swale to a sort of a further pool attenuation area, the East Basin, and then attenuated out of there at a rate of, I think it's about 2 or 3 litres a second in normal rain events. In the peak rainfall event, there is provision for it to overflow, and that would be at 31 litres a second. And that's compared to an original rate of anything up to 174 litres per second that went through unattenuated from that farmland. So that is now caught and is much reduced, the rate at which that gets to the combined sewer. This is the approved layout from the Reserve Matters application. We have 3 distinct clusters of housing with open space in between to facilitate views to the church. The development is largely built, and I've got some photographs showing how it's turned out. This is what was approved at Reserved Matters stage by way of drainage. So that this has 2 separate drainage systems, one for the agricultural runoff in the big attenuation pond, and then the channels along the north side of the site. And then within the site, you can just maybe, I've got some closer up slides in a moment, but the light blue lines are picked up at this point, discharged to an attenuation tank under the parking area, and then released at, I think it was 3 litres a second, to a new surface water only pipe on Vicarage Hill, and you can see that being taken away to down Vicarage Hill over here and then away to the east. There was found to be a pinch point roughly here, and the pipe didn't work, just couldn't be got in at that point. So just in slightly closer up detail there, what you have in the land between the development site and Vicarage Hill are 3 pipes. One in grey, the top one is the reinstated land drain, picking up the agricultural land runoff. The dotted brown is the foul water, and then the dotted blue is the surface water, so separated at this point. The land drain and the foul go into the combined sewer. That was the approved scheme. That sort of reflected the original right of discharge of that agricultural runoff. That's where it always went. That's where they were entitled to put it. So at this stage, that was what was agreed, but at a much reduced rate, down to 30, at worst, I think 33 litres per second compared to the original 174. So what we now have is a variation on that. We still have the separation between the surface water from the development site, shown in light blue across this plan, and the runoff from the agricultural land. What we now have are 3 attenuation tanks features within the site. The new one, main new one, that has appeared in this area of open space here, all underground, nothing to be, can't see anything on site. And there's a little extra one over here in this area of community parking. These extra tanks are now, the water is now reduced down to 1 litre a second compared to the original 3 litres per second. It is that 1 litre a second that is extra water that now goes into the combined sewer compared to the approved scheme. So in slightly close-up detail, there is the 3 attenuation tanks. They're all picked up. There's a hydro brake on it, and then it's released from there. And what has occurred here, you can see the lower line here is the land drain. It turned out the original plan didn't quite have it in the right place, so they've reinstated it along that line there. But that's all underground. It's it's operational. The surface water is still separate as it comes, kept separate until it gets over here. They've got the pipe in under Vicarage Hill down to this point here. And then if my cursor is large enough to see there, at that point, at 1 litre a second, it's being put into the combined sewer. That's the change that this application seeks. And that does mean that there's a little bit more, 1 litre a second more going into that combined sewer than the approved situation. So some photographs just of the site. There is the new entrance at the very, very top of the site, panning a little bit left from this picture. There's that cluster of houses at the top end of the site. The allotments are where that construction compound is. There is a provision within the approval to agree the state of that before it's handed over, obviously, to be made good after being used as a construction compound. Then within the site, looking back up through the access road, the houses, there's a top cluster on the right. They are built, clearly. There are a couple, I think most of them are probably ready for occupation. One has been sold to my knowledge, but they have not occupied because the trigger that is causing problems for the developer is the approved drainage scheme has to be in prior to occupation. If this application were approved, then the approved drainage scheme is in because it's the one they're seeking retrospective approval for, and they could then occupy. So they have been very diligent. They haven't occupied, although there's at least one house that's been sold, and there is a waiting occupant for that house once this situation is resolved. That's the cluster of houses on the other side of the road, sort of with the open space in front of them, so the views to the church being maintained. From lower down in the site, there's those 2 clusters seen together. Then panning the camera to the left, there's that little group fronting onto the open space. There is provision for the footpath waiting to be completed. That sort of, again, is a sort of prior to occupation condition there. That links the site out onto, I think it's Church Hill at the end there. And then we have the lower cluster at the bottom of the site, and looking down here, you can see that that's the third-party land under which all the pipes have been put. And then go over to Vicarage Hill, just looking up Vicarage Hill, it's roughly just up by that house with the big chimney on it. That's roughly where the pinch point of the problem is. No, sorry, a bit lower down. I think the roadworks here are sort of indicating what's being done. But that's the problem area. Southwest Water have given us many assurances through the course of this application and my discussions with the applicant that they have this situation in hand. They remain committed to providing a surface water only pipe under Vicarage Hill. They are very confident at this point that they can make it work. either by fitting it through this narrow gap here, or there is a water course off to the right, round the backs of those houses, where they could run it in the alternative. They are saying they will have the technical plans to show that by Christmas. They have assured me that the finances and the work programme are in place by end of financial year. That is a matter over which our developer today has no control over. So that we need to be aware of that. But I've had written assurances from many levels within the water company that this is planned. And then just looking down the Vicarage Hill, the pipes come out under that wall and join the existing infrastructure under the road. So a couple of little updates here. There have been ongoing discussions. We've received sight of minutes of a meeting between the parish council, the water company, and the developer. That again, these assurances are being offered that this new system is on the cards. It's technically possible. It will not only pick up the surface water from the development site, it will also pick up the surface water that's coming from that agricultural runoff as well. So it will pick up all the surface water that's currently getting into the gullies on Vicarage Hill. That is the assurance we've been given. Those minutes have been, I think, circulated. I think a number of people have seen those minutes. So it's sort of, I think there is as much insurance as I'm able to offer today that is an active matter in hand. Just quickly, a couple of drawings that seem to have dropped off, unfortunately, but there is the two drawings that they want to insert are at the top there, 401 and 402. They're the close-up drawings. There's two little drawings in red there to go into condition 1 that are the pulled back views of the drainage. I think for the sake of completion, they need to go in. One is the surface water, one is the foul water. Just need those in the approval. And then condition 15 just needs, because that says we just need to reference to that third surface water drainage drawing. So in terms of the key issues here, the only changes we're looking at are to the surface water drainage strategy. In all other respects, the application remains exactly as approved. There are no visible signs of these alterations. There's no impact from those. It's just the difference between where the water was going to go and where it does now go. The LLFA have looked through all the calculations. They are happy that the attenuation scheme is all designed appropriately, reducing the water, the flows of water that used to go through this site is ticking all the boxes for the LFA. The development site in its own right is down to 1 litre per second. That's very low for a site of this size. The overall flow, including that agricultural water, the water that's running off the agricultural land, that is down to 140 litres per second in total, down by 140 litres per second from 174. So we're looking at sort of low 30s. It's now the current discharge rate. That is a significant improvement that this development continues to deliver. So the recommendation, therefore, we've had to revisit a lot of conditions because this will become a new permission for the entire development. So apologies for the length of that section in my report, but we've had to revisit all the conditions of the outline and the reserve matters to give a combined permission. So subject to those conditions, we also need a deed of variation to ensure that all previous obligations that were in Section 106 apply equally to this application if approved. There is also a Tamar EMS contribution that was done as a unilateral agreement at the reserve matter stage. We need to make sure that is also brought forward in relation to this application. So subject to all those conditions and that deed of variation, my recommendation is of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Noon. Members, do I have any questions? Councillor Taylor first.
Thank you, Mr. Noon. Are we happy that South West Water will stand by this? Because I've been around a long time and I've heard South West Water make these promises, if you like, several times, but never actually carried them through. So are we content that they will stick with this? Because I notice they're not present today to answer these questions.
I've had more assurances on this than I can recall seeing on any other application I've dealt with from the water company. I appreciate water companies are what they are, but I have no reason to doubt the assurances they've been given. In the event that their assurances don't come to pass, we need to go back to whether or not the scheme is still delivering the benefits overall that were approved with the original permission. It's 1 litre a second worse than what we've approved. It's still 140 litres per second better than what previously existed. I think from that point of view, even if the water company weren't on the ball on this one, my recommendation would still be the same. However, I think in this instance, they are committed to doing this. I have no reason to doubt the assurances I've been given. It's the best I can offer, I'm afraid. The applicant may have more up-to-date information.
Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Of course, does the 1 litre per second come from South West Water? That would be my first doubt about their whole offering.
No, the figures that I've referred to are all taken from the drawings. The applicants supplied drawings.
What was the nature of the pinch point, and of the two methods about proposing to overcome it? How it would work in the road, and what land is there to the east of those buildings?
My understanding is the pinch point arises because the road is narrow. There is quite a lot of infrastructure in there already, and you also have listed buildings right, as you can see the gable end up there. I think that's the listed one. They're right on the boundary, so I think there's just huge complications arose in terms of simply the engineering works, potential for damage to third-party properties, and the physical space under the road. They have been reviewing this. It might still be workable.
We're talking of a 6-inch pipe?
I haven't got the diameter of that immediately to hand. I can look for it. The alternative way there, I can get cursor to show here, is my understanding it's in the back of, there is a culverted watercourse in the back of these properties here that there is potential to use. I think they have an existing right to discharge has been identified, and that was one of the options that they have been exploring. It may be that the technical side of it has been resolved in terms of fitting things in under Vicarage Hill. I'm waiting for those drawings. My initial tactic with this application was because the drawings were sort of being finalised during the lifetime of the application, was to wait for that to come forward. If that comes forward, I think it solves everyone's problems, and we'd probably be here in a very different conversation. Unfortunately, those technical drawings have been delayed. The applicant's situation, which I'm sure they will tell you about, is that they have houses that are ready for occupation. There is a new purchaser waiting to go in, and their position is that we are delivering all the previously approved benefits, and any harm that arises from what we now request you to consider is so small in terms of the overall scheme of things here that we should accept it, and I think there is merit to that argument.
I'm not sure those arguments, I really like them. It's almost like emotional blackmail, actually. But so where is it the current builders attempts to produce this scheme, and where is it South West Water have intervened? Are they just being, South West Water just being presented with what the builder is trying to do and has come up against a glitch? Or is South West Water saying, oh, we're not bothered, we'll have a 2-inch pipe going through here?
I don't think it's that at all. I think the design for the approved scheme, which I'm showing you the extract from here, what this is developer designed. They, all their calculations have been reviewed by the lead local flood authority, so our internal Devon County Council advisor. Everything was advised as working. I think where the problem arose is off-site. And the land between the development site and Vicarage Hill was within. Yeah, they have the right to lay the pipes across there. They did all that. The water company were involved in oversight. But what then happens is between the water company and the highway authority, they have to resolve how the new pipe is going to be fitted under the road. That, I think, the problem arose there is because best understanding at the time that this scheme was approved was that this would work. There was no reason to believe it wouldn't work. And unfortunately, with sort of engineering projects like this, sometimes when you get to the point where you open up the ground and you start to do things, problems arise. And the developer has responded to that by engaging with us, redesigning the attenuation system, putting in extra attenuation tanks, reducing the flow from the site to the combined sewer, and has said, to which the lead local authority said, yep, that's fine. That has reduced sound so much. We're happy with that. The receiving pipe owned by the water company, South West Water, are saying, we're happy with that as well. I've been difficult on this one. I've challenged and I've pushed. I held out for the alternative plan. It's not going to be produced within a timescale that is, I've been asked to determine the application and put a recommendation to you today.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Noon. That's interesting to hear your summary, but I am concerned about the water flow. And we have a comment by one of the objectors, a letter of representation here, saying that the discharge of untreated sewage is causing 660 hours of waste to flow into the River in the last year monitored. So I guess my question is, what's the impact of this overall on the issue of sewage flowing into waterways? Is it going to be significantly improved because we've reduced overall we've taken away the flow of water from the agricultural land by, as you say, 140 litres, and who's actually vouched for that? So, in these cases, as has already been mentioned, we seem to trust either the developer or South West Water. Certainly, South West Water, we don't really seem to get very clear or accurate answers from. Are we not doing any independent assessments of this to make up our own, so that we have our own opinion, our own, validated view of the sort of end result of this, or do we basically trust what the water company is saying? Thank you.
I think firstly, it's not what the water company is saying here. The figures that we have assessed are the developers. The water company is just simply receiving the discharge. So from that point of view, we assess all drainage schemes like this. We have the LLFA, Lead Local Flood Authority, a department within the County Council. They are the statutory consultee on drainage schemes such as this. So the developers' figures have been robustly assessed, both at reserve matters stage and with the current application. And they've looked at the design of the drainage system. They've looked at the specification of the drainage system, the capacities and everything, and they have effectively verified that that is appropriate, that they accept that. So that is our independent third-party assessment of that. The water company's role in this is to confirm that their pipes have the capacity to receive this water. Now, given that the water across the site is reduced by 140 litres per second overall, with the benefits of attenuating and controlling the flow of the water from the adjoining land, that benefit is there. And yeah, I'm unsurprised that the water company is saying, yes, we're happy with this situation. It was 141 litres per second betterment. It's now 140 litres per second betterment. And I'm not surprised that they're saying they're fine with that, because that reduction of flow is significant, and that pipe, it frees up capacity in that pipe. I can't say for sure what will happen down at the overflow, because I think it's been pretty dry since in the year since all this was put in. I think it was all sort of completed and connected up earlier this year. But I have no reason to assume that these figures are wrong. I have no backing to say they're wrong. They've been verified by our internal consultee from the county council. And I would imagine, if it all comes to fruition, 140 litres per second is a huge reduction. And I think that will be noticed downstream. It will be, the proof will come when we start to get figures from overflows, but I would expect them to be reduced. I would hope they are, given those figures.
Thank you. Councillor Rake?
Yeah, well, if I may.
Councillor Bonham, you have a supplementary question?
Well, I just express a bit of surprise then, if things are getting so much better, why South West Water are going to invest thousands to improve things further? I mean, that doesn't really ring true to me. So is there another, I mean, I know it's not a planning question, it's a question of understanding the situation. But why is it that South West Water are taking a situation where the water flow is more or less halving, and then spending thousands to improve it even further on the basis of 1 litre per second extra flow?
Councillor Bonham, that would be a question.
They may see things differently. I'm asking Mr. Noon if my doubt is valid or not.
I think there's clearly a well-documented pre-existing problem in the village with the surface water discharges. And I suspect there is still an enormous amount of surface water getting into that combined sewer. Because if we go back to the drawing, it'll be the last one I get to there, it's only that catchment that they're controlling. There's quite a lot of other catchments there. And I think it's a pre-existing situation that it's improved. This site is vastly improved, but the overall scheme, I think it's probably a relatively small reduction in the overall amount of surface water that's getting into the system.
Thanks, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just ask, so on the parish council's telling of things, the original planning included a 22 centimetre surface water drain, which South West Water later requested to be upgraded to 30 centimetres, and then a 15 centimetre pipe was installed without planning approval. Does that accord with your understanding of the situation?
Yes, I think that is not. It looks worse than it is. I think it reflects the fact that the surface water is attenuated down to 1 litre a second. Previously, it was 3 litres a second. That reduction by 2/3, I think, justifies a smaller pipe.
It's attenuated by the blue rectangles.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Members, any further questions of Mr. Noon? If not, thank you. We'll now move on to the speakers for this application. We do not have an objector this afternoon, but we have Ms. Mulliner, the supporter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members. I think it's important first to say that we, and I represent Verto Homes today, we do acknowledge the wider flooding concerns and problems that the village has experienced in the past, and that this application is not exactly what was envisaged. But the situation faced now and need for an alternative surface water drainage arrangement has arisen because of genuine constraints that I stress were only revealed once physical work to construct the sewer had commenced. They could not have been foreseen, and there was a genuine intention to implement as originally permitted. Further, it's only for an interim period before South West Water implements the longer-term solution by the spring next year. In the meantime, though, it's really important that Verto Homes is allowed to formally complete and occupy the development. And I say that, the importance of it being, because to secure the interim scheme, Verto has been required to build an additional attenuation facility at significant cost to secure a betterment over the existing situation. And you heard the numbers on that just now, about 140 litres a second. This requirement and associated cost is only relevant to the interim proposal. It would have been entirely unreasonable and unnecessary in circumstances where this council now refuses permission. So the development is all but complete, it's operational, and the surface water attenuation on site would be further improved if completion is facilitated now, because it would enable the removal of the hard surface construction compound on site and its replacement with open space, that of course being a permeable surface. Further completion of the development and its occupation has to be beneficial for the community in terms of delivering community parking provisions, but in any event, it is not ideal, to say the least, to have a development left unoccupied. At this point, I pause to look towards Ian and Bridget, who sit behind me, and who own one of the properties and had to move 5 times in the last 10 months, and will need to move again at the end of October if they cannot occupy their home. Imagine, if you would, what it must be like for 2 people who, and I know they won't mind me saying this, are both well beyond retirement age, suffering the stress and uncertainty of the situation. Verto cannot complete the development until this application is approved. It's already under significant financial stress as a consequence. A small local SME supporting jobs and the local community and delivering homes for local people. And again, I pause there just to say, you know, that this development will deliver 35% affordable housing, none of which can be occupied without the Section 73 consent, despite the dire needs and plight of those on the list that will gain access to those homes now and before Christmas. So Verto did proceed with the development in good faith, and why wouldn't they? Because notwithstanding all of the above, South West Water is a statutory undertaker. They have approved the current scheme and given all of the necessary technical approvals. I've seen much of the detailed technical work undertaken by both Verto and South West Water in coming to an agreement, and would mention again the significant volume of additional attenuation now provided on site. There are no material planning reasons to refuse this application, and as a matter of law, the views of statutory consultees, in this case the support of and technical approval from South West Water, should be given considerable weight. Any departure from those views requires cogent and compelling reasons, technically evidenced and robust reasons, of which there are none here. And just as a final point, just to stress again what Mr. Noon was saying, South West Water has reconfirmed their commitment to the longer term solution, both financially and in terms of programme. But for now, withholding consent would be entirely unreasonable, and I urge you to approve the scheme for the sake of the wider community, to support a local business and to allow Ian and Bridget to enjoy their new home in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mulliner. Members, any questions, Ms Mulliner? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, and thank you for that. I just wonder, can we, unforeseen circumstances kind of covers a wide range of possibilities. What exactly was the problem with delivering the approved scheme?
As I understand the situation, once it was construction had started and you saw the photographs where some of the pipe had been laid, as I understand it, it was to do with the foundations of a listed building. So as they encountered that, they found in engineering terms that there may have caused some instability in those foundations of the listed building that paused a stop. Further technical work, so further feasibility work has now taken place. And South West Water believe that there is a feasible engineering solution to that. They have got consultants appointed who are currently drawing up plans, and those plans will be available this side of Christmas, which allows them to then complete the works by the spring.
Sorry, if I may, Chair. Just to follow up, in other words, the the unforeseen circumstances were effectively downstream of your project.
Yes, and the impact on the listed building.
In which case, so I thought the unforeseen circumstances were an explanation for why you put in a 15 centimetre pipe rather than South West Water's requested 30 centimetre pipe.
Oh no! So that was all the pipe sizes were all agreed with South West Water, and as Mr. Noon said, the reduction was to do with the vast amount of attenuation that took place on site. So all of that previous surface water that was flowing across and into and through the scheme was then not. It was being attenuated on site instead.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Members, any further questions? Councillor Abbott?
So, are you saying that what will happen in the new year should the scheme be completed as it was intended to be? Will there be a return to the flows expected? So we're only talking of 1 litre per second, but
so the attenuation on the site that basically reduces that gets that 140 litre per second saving, that stays on the site. So that's always going to be the case, which is why this pipe is smaller. And then in terms of the rest, no, the condition is 1 litre per second. So that will always be, because the site has been designed now to flow at a rate of 1 litre per second surface water, then that will always be the case. So it won't revert back to the 3 litres per second.
So is there any point in this technical solution that's being proposed either down the road or at the back of the houses?
Yes, because as again Mr. Noon explained, the catchment for that, so we're only a small part of that catchment going into the sewer at that point. There's a much bigger catchment involved all going into that sewer, and that's why the scheme still needs to be implemented, as I understand it.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? If not, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the next speaker, Councillor Balmer from Hold Parish Council. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Harry Bomer, a parish councillor, speaking on behalf of Holton Parish Council. Condition 13, which is the one we're talking about, relates to the new surface water drain. This was designed not only for surface water from the new development, but also to avoid flooding in the village and prevent storm overflows of sewage from the treatment plant into the estuary. The new drain will join an existing 12-inch drain, which is for separated surface water, that starts outside the village school and takes surface water down past the treatment plant. It cannot be emphasised enough that this new surface water drain is a critical piece of village infrastructure promised by Verto Homes as a benefit to the community, part of the original agreement. For the past few months, South West Water has been re-examining the original approved proposal. 6 days ago, we met with them and representatives from Glanville, the contractor who will do the installation. I believe that you have been sent notes from that meeting. The good news is that they now believe that the original route is fully achievable with the £500,000 that has been committed by South West Water for the installation. This has to be spent by the end of March 2026. They have a letter of commitment from one of their directors, which they've shared with the parish council. There are two issues. The first is that Glanville wishes to undertake a series of slit trenches across the road to clarify the exact positions of other pipes and cables. Whilst they think it is unlikely that they will find anything that's insurmountable or unaffordable, they cannot be certain at the moment. They intend to carry out these investigations this year and anticipate up to 2 weeks of road closures for this. The second issue is the pipe size. The original approval, as you've heard, was for a 9-inch drain. South West Water required Verto Homes to increase the size to 12 inches. This is important because it trebles the amount of water flow. We were told by South West Water that they do not now expect to install a 12-inch drain and are commissioning new specifications for the drain with estimates of the likelihood of preventing further storm sewage overflows after its installation. We have been promised that we will see all the relevant documents. So at the moment, we neither know for certain that Glanville will be able to install the drain along the original route, nor that the pipe diameter will be able to prevent both storm sewage overflows and flooding within the village. It should be appreciated that South West Water is concerned principally with the former. If the diameter of this pipe is too small, it is properties in the village that are at risk, not the volume of water entering the water treatment plant. We have been told that the results from the slit trenches and the specialist predictions will be ready this year. So until then, Holberton Parish Council wishes the application decision on condition 13 to be deferred until the results of the actions by South West Water are available. Depending on the above, Holberton Parish Council will consider supporting the discharging of condition 13 before the surface water installation works are actually completed. Just to remind you, condition 21 is the footpath from the site to Church Hill, which has to be completed before any house is occupied in the interests of highway safety. Without the new path, the only way down to the village is via the narrow road higher up with its poor visibility, making it unsafe for pedestrians. We wish this work to be completed before the condition is discharged on the grounds of public safety. Both conditions will require road closures, which would cause great difficulties if closed at the same time. Therefore, it would make sense to have the closures for the slit trenches and the footpath coordinated and expedited. We would hope that by then the specifications for the drains being commissioned by South West Water will be available. We will in any case be meeting...
Are you able to conclude? Thank you.
Complete the sentence. We will in any case be meeting with South West Water and Glanville representatives monthly through what will be a very difficult time for anyone connected with the village. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Balmer. Thank you. Members, any questions to Councillor Balmer? Councillor Rake.
Thank you. So these things sort of emerge slowly from the fog. You don't seem, in what you've told us, you don't seem to put much weight on the additional attenuation that is being provided under this scheme compared to the approved scheme. Could I ask why that is?
The comments I've made are not to do with the attenuation and the system for controlling surface water from the actual site. That is only one part of what we're discussing with the new surface water drain down through the village. I have no means of determining the effectiveness or otherwise of this. I'm not an engineer. What I would say is that there have been problems at the moment because all the drains within the site have got bags underneath to catch detritus and protect the attenuation tanks. And those have got clogged up, and there's been significant flooding down that scheme. But I believe that once they've got a proper surface down, presumably grass rather than just mud, that problem is not going to continue. should there be a problem with that drainage scheme, then the flooding is a risk, particularly for the people living downhill from the site. And I am hopeful, but don't know, that will work. I've got no issue with that.
Thank you, Councillor Bowler. Councillor Raker, supplementary question?
Well, sort of an additional question, yes. So, I mean, obviously, well, I say obviously, we've been told by the officer that that the status quo ante was that there were problems of flooding from this site or of surface water management from this site anyway. And I mean, I'm struggling to understand where the applicant and the application stop and Southwest Water start. I mean, and what is in the gift of Southwest Water? So here's a helpful map. Roughly where on this map does Southwest Water's proposed works start and the applicant's proposed works stop?
Well, I can point to it, but
or describe it.
yes, between numbers 23 and 33 is the 6-inch pipe that Averto Homes have already installed, and that stops at that point and is temporarily going into a combined drain. So that's where things stand right now. What is being proposed is that the original direction for the new surface water drain, which was either going to be 9 inches or 12 inches, starts at that point, down the hill, turns along down, and that's where ultimately it meets up with the 12-inch drain that's outside the school, which is further down there.
Thank you, Councillor Bowler. Any further questions of Councillor Bowler? Councillor Bonham?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I'm glad the fog is lifting from my colleagues' eyes, but I'm still somewhat confused about the technicalities of this. I think I'd like to understand from the parish council's point of view whether you've seen any benefits of all the attenuation work in the agricultural part of this development, because I mean what we've heard from our officers is that there's a reduction of 130 litres per second in overall water flow, which should have made a big difference in the village. Now, maybe it hasn't rained much since all this has been put in, but you know, you must be able to see whether those tanks there on the top left of this picture actually exist, and whether you think they're going to be in the right place to gather water, and whether, you know, on the basis of your knowledge and your colleagues' views, whether this is a good improvement or not. Because if it is, then the 1 or 2 litres per second extra that we're hearing about from this new application is going to make very little difference and have, you know, very, very marginal impact on the potential flooding or the water flow in the village. So all of that, you know, we understand the point about Southwest Water needing to get their act together. You have a question, Councillor? Yeah, my question is, beg pardon, sorry. My question is, have you seen any improvement, or do you believe that the work with the wider attenuation tanks on relating to the agricultural land has been useful in reducing the water flow? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, of course, I haven't seen it because it hasn't been sort of stressed yet. There's a combination of the ponds and the underground attenuation tanks, and I know that the Fleet Estate that sold the land to Verto Homes were very keen that those be included in the project in order to deal with that problem. I see no reason to doubt the veracity of what you've been told, and the 1 litre per second. That is not an issue from my perspective.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Members, any further questions? If not, thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation, responses. We now move on to Councillor Thomas on the ward members for Newton Yempton.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, good afternoon. It's probably no enormous surprise that it's foggy. This application predates the case officer and 60% of the planning committee and the longevity in which it's been dealt with by this district council. The original decision that didn't come to planning committee, and I'd like to just explain why very briefly. So you've heard about the benefits to the site itself. You've heard about the benefits to the wider village community, which is possibly slightly unusual in mapping together the two. But I think it's important to put a little bit of context in that the application for the houses on Church Hill came, and it would be reasonable to assume, as you'd expect, that there was a fair amount of opposition in a small village to have 14 new houses put on the edge of the village opposite the church. I think the two significant contributory factors which encouraged the parish in general and the parish council in particular to support, which meant that Councillor Baldry at the time and I gave delegated authority for the original permission, was predicated on the affordable housing that you've heard Verto refer to, which sadly hasn't gone very well actually in the fullness of time, because the local occupancy and the affordability in the South Hams unfortunately has meant that they haven't actually been taken up, is my understanding, by anyone who meets the local occupancy qualification on like 80% affordability. So they will actually end up being sold at market value, and there'll be an off-site contribution, which is great for the district, but not so great for affordable housing in the parish itself. And then, of course, the other principal benefit in kind to the community, you've heard Dr. Boehmer talk about, and you've asked questions about the length, which is the work that still needs to be done. And Mr. Noon is quite right, that the developer has no control over South West Water, and I thank Mr. Noon for the professionalism with which he's gone about this whole case. But of course, the frustration from the parish point of view is that the developer may not have control over South West Water, but the original application was predicated on the basis that work would be done, and that really is where we sit now. That the reason the parish have come here today, the reason why they're not immediately supporting the application, is because they are desperately keen for that work to be done. They aren't actually, I mean, you heard Dr. Boehmer, he didn't actually say that they were objecting. What the parish are actually looking for is the sort of guarantees that you as councillors have tried to tease out of Mr. Noon. And indeed, I won't embarrass who it was, but one member of this committee I actually saw openly chuckle at the notion that we were relying on South West Water for action, which probably tells its own story. So, I fully appreciate that Verto Homes have put a lot of effort into the attenuation. They've put a lot of effort into the site, and there is a financial outlay, and that is important. And I feel very much for the couple sitting behind me who would like to get in. I hope they're speaking to their solicitors about why it is that they can't get in, because the condition has been clearly there from our point of view that occupancy cannot happen until certain criteria have been met. And for me, the drainage is a really, really important part of that. This development hasn't delivered what we as councillors might have wanted in a perfect world in terms of our housing crisis in the district. It's delivered 15 houses, and that's good. But as I've said, they aren't currently in a position to be classified as affordable, unless I'm welcome to be contradicted on that. But certainly that was the last situation I knew. That was the case. So I'm really keen personally that the wider community benefits from this. You've seen the evidence about the effects of where we are at the moment. I would like personally to see either a deferment until we have in writing when the work is going to start, or as a best case scenario, the possibility maybe of approval but delegated until such time as we have approval, if that's possible, until we have such time as we have written confirmation from South West Water that the work is actually going to happen. That might be a better course of action. It would guarantee that the approval would be given subject to that. But I think, I'm not coming here and asking you to object. I think that would be wrong. I acknowledge that a lot of hard work has gone in, but we're not quite there yet. And it's really unfortunate that if you look at the evidence submitted by Dr. Boehmer, there's been, this parish council has worked really, really hard for its community to try and get to a place, and we're not quite there. And the timing of this planning committee is unfortunate in the sense that had it been held in December, perhaps we would have been there. But I appreciate there are issues around determination, and Mr. Noon has a job to do, and I think he's done it very well. But I would like the committee to consider, to say, either a deferral, or if you're not minded to defer, then conditional approval with delegated authority, possibly to whoever, development management, Mr. Weimer, until that document is received. But that would be my submission to the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Members, questions of Councillor Thomas? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Dan, if I may, for that. Seems to me that on the one hand, you've got sort of cracking on with a scheme that delivers betterment irrespective of South West Water's future works, and getting that sort of sorted out so that people can move in, so that building compounds can be reverted to open space. On the other hand, you've got pausing things until South West Water formally commit or even begin works on their bit of the job. And I mean, I don't know which is more satisfactory. You seem to imply that the latter is more satisfactory, but wouldn't that just make the developers the hostage of a notoriously fickle and inefficient organisation?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge there, Councillor Rake, is that the original application, the developer chose to put themselves in that situation through, if you like, saying that this was what was going to happen. The original planning conditions that were granted were based on this work being done. What I'm saying is I think that remains really important, a really important part, and that we are almost there. In terms of hostage to fortune, I think if we can get the commitment that Mr. Noon thinks he has, as he's had assurances. If we can have those assurances in writing that it's going to happen, and if we can have assurances of when it's going to happen, then I think those written assurances I would hope would go some way to assuaging the concerns of the community and would lead to a betterment all round.
Thank you, Councillor Allen.
Hi. Yes, we've just heard from Adrian Noon that we have had assurances. He's had more assurances for this than for any other application, we've just been told. So I'd like just to hear from him. If you could explain to Councillor Thomas what you told us. Thank you.
If we can just park that question for a second, we'll see if we can find exactly what we have got in writing for South West Water and then share it with you.
And we'll just move on to Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Thomas. I mean, I think you paint the picture reasonably clearly, and maybe the fog is lifting, but I think what we have to do is balance the benefits of moving ahead now versus the potential benefits of delaying. Do you think that there would be more pressure, more speed, more energy from South West Water if we put this off for 2 months? I mean, I'm just trying to understand if there is any logic there. I doubt it myself, but I'm wondering what your view is.
Well, my view, Councillor Bonham, is that the parish have worked really hard to try and get to a situation by trying to exert pressure. I would hope that this, by either deferring or probably better, more satisfactorily for everybody by granting a delegated form of approval, that would give the incentive for all parties to rapidly come together and agree with South West Water when this work was going to be done. I think that's really that's all everyone wants. Nobody in this room wants this application not to succeed in its entirety. But it's about securing those guarantees. Now, I'd be interested to hear the assurances from Mr. Noon because I think he might be coming back in a minute. But I mean, as well as I do, Councillor Bonham, that South West Water are not always the most reliable of organisations when it comes to guaranteeing that their good faith can be taken literally, and I'm saying that as carefully as I can in a public place.
I have a letter here from the engineering director, program delivery of South West Water, which I'm just going to share on the screen. Share. It's coming. Is that it there? That's the one. Yeah. Right. So on their headed paper, such as emails are, and I'll let you read it, but there's a commitment to a date at the end of the first paragraph. Sorry, I'll do some zooming.
Get rid of that.
How's that?
So I suppose my question then, if I'm allowed a question, is what happens when, as Councillor Bomer suggested, what happens when the trenches are dug and they decide that they can't do it?
Yeah, we can't answer that because we don't know what they're going to find when they do these slit trenches. The preliminary work indicates, in all probability, it can be done. The slit trenches are to confirm that. There is an outside chance, I admit that it may not be workable.
Yeah, no, I'm not looking to trip anyone up, or this isn't about that at all. It's about, and I accept from behind me the metre per second comments as well. It isn't about that. It's about securing ultimately those issues which were promised at original successful application that we would like in a perfect world to see delivered. That's what it's about.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Noon. You've shared that. Members have seen the assurances there. And obviously, South West Water are not here to be able to be questioned on that or challenged on it, but they have an assurance there. So we take that. Any further questions of Councillor Thomas? Doesn't look to be. Councillor, Mr. Wyman.
Well, apologies, this is a little bit going out of order, because I'm going to ask the members a question. Given you've read that, if the debate is around getting something in writing from South West Water to guarantee they're going to do it, what else is it I think you need to consider, what else is it you're looking for officers to get over and above the letter we've got from an engineering director? That's the question I would pose.
Can I answer that question before you do, and then you can release me, Chairman? Because I haven't been released yet before you go into debate.
You haven't been released yet.
My answer, Mr. Wyman, is probably what I just referred to Mr. Noon. What happens when it can't happen? Because for whatever reason, they determine that that's my only worry.
Goes east of those houses.
Mr. Noon, can you move to the sort of top section where there's a comment there from Mr. Wright, where he says, I can confirm South West Water is satisfied that the route of the new surface water sewer is feasible. There's no comment there, and I understand we had from Councillor Balmer the points that slit trenches were being done to prove the route.
Yes, I think Glanville, the contractor, is, I assume it's just due diligence on their part to make sure that what they're promising to deliver is deliverable.
At this point, unless it's a question, right, I will at this point, Councillor Thomas, release you and say thank you for your presentation. That concludes all of the speakers. We now will move, please. We now move into the debate on this. We've had a fairly extensive questions and answers and responses on it. And I have two people indicating, Councillor Allen first, then Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is more of a question for officers, actually, in particular our legal representative. If as we have this letter where South West Water have confirmed that they believe that their scheme is feasible, and yet after the contractors have found something which means that it won't be feasible, do the developers have any legal route? If they have, because presumably they're losing money because they can't yet sell their houses, so they have the financial impact because South West Water have confirmed something which isn't actually feasible. Is there a legal route through that? If you can understand, that was slightly muddled, but I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I mean, it's not. I'm not sure it's a question that I can really answer it, because it's not a question that is one that I should answer. That's a matter between the developer and South West Water, and doesn't in fact touch upon us.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. We'll move on. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. So if we're moving into debate, I think it feels to me as though we risk here, at least temporarily, making the perfect the enemy of the good. I mean, I think the rain is going to carry on falling, and the current situation is that we have an uncompleted, empty housing development that is being held up by this condition, that is discharging a certain amount of water into what is currently the foul water system, ultimately, and will carry on doing so. If we discharge this condition, it will continue to discharge the same amount of surface water into the foul water drainage system, and presumably an additional amount of foul water from occupied houses. But essentially, downstream of the site, very little changes until South West Water put in the new scheme. And therefore, of those two choices, and I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, I think the preferable one is to unblock the development, allow the improvements, the additional improvements that would come from restoring some of it to grassed areas, to allowing the completion of the footpath, to allowing people to move in, is by far preferable to leaving it empty, discharging roughly the same amount of water, and leaving it hostage to, as I say, hostage to a company not known, despite the assurances given here, not known for its efficiency or reliability. So for the time, I'll listen for a moment to colleagues' contributions, but I am minded to propose approval in line with the officer's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. I have Councillor Bonham next, but also a question as to whether we have a seconder.
I didn't actually propose it. I said I was minded
You're
to,
minded
but
to.
I wanted to hear a bit more of the debate first.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And my sentiment's similar to my colleague. I think it's a difficult situation here when we have to rely on the assurances of South West Water, and we understand that those are sometimes not delivered, but we also have to balance that with the benefits of moving ahead, in particular the company that's done all the work to invest in this site and wants to start selling houses, quite understandably, the needs of the local population and our communities to live in some new houses, and the couple that have already bought one should not be ignored. you know, I see there's some risk in going ahead. It could be very, very heavy rain. It could be that this new system doesn't cope, but we have heard that there's already these ponds and attenuation, and I don't think the company involved could have done very much more to solve the problems of water in the whole area. They seem to have gone out of their way to really mitigate the issues. So I tend to think we should go ahead and accept the recommendation. Also, I don't see any planning reason not to. I'm not sure there is an objection that I've heard that would make me think in planning that's a material issue to suggest we've got to stop this. So I'm happy to move that we accept the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. Do we, as you've moved acceptance, do we have a seconder at this point? If not, I'll take Councillor Abbott next. Thank you.
Sorry. I have sympathy with the parish council here. This is almost their last chance to exert influence on a recalcitrant national, regional company. But I'm not sure that that pressure should be applied to the local building company, who have done what was asked of them, and a problem arose which I can accept is unforeseeable. Probably. But in any case, now the baton has been passed to South West Water, not to this company. So that I did wonder, could we impose a condition like, you can go ahead and sell half the houses? But that possibly was lost at the time of the original position. I'm not getting any no's there. But at the same time, what's that? Well, oh right, okay. but I'm not absolutely sure that what benefit that does actually. And following along from my illustrious colleagues, that what can be achieved in planning terms, we're aggrieved at the nature of it not being completed. But actually, let's not make things worse. The original company has done what it could to do something, and I'm sorry to the parish council that it's not worked out entirely well, but there is benefit, there is change which has brought benefit. And so I've now convinced myself I will second the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Could you put the letter back up again? I was going to refer to it. I'll say in the meantime, I mean, you talk about sort of being hostages of fortune, but I don't want to see the village being a hostage to fortune either. So it is a very tricky one. I mean, I would be minded to go by the recommendation of Councillor Thomas, that this is deferred for a certain amount of time, not so much time, obviously, that it would harm the developer, but that the village gets assurances, absolute assurances, that these works are going to be done. It seems to me just a question of a short amount of time. I notice here that it says South West Water will provide regular scheduled updates. I don't know if there's been any, but if that happens, we'll have some kind of timeline which might satisfy the parish council. When was the date of this letter?
I would need just to come out and have a look at the email that was attached.
Thank you, because if they haven't, if it was a few months ago and they haven't yet given you detail, that's not reassuring, is it?
That came in from another gentleman who works for the water company on the 9th of September.
Councillor Panel.
Well, I just wondered what difference another written assurance from South West Water would make to the written assurance we see in front of us. I think they're probably both carry the same weight, and I think waiting for another written assurance won't actually achieve anything. Can you tell me, can the legal officer tell me what further in words in writing would give the assurance we're looking for?
I'll ask Mr. Fairburn to come in at this point.
Thank you, Chairman. We have been, on the top table, we have been mulling it over, and we don't know. We don't think there's anything more that they could say to provide us with any more by way, which is why we've kind of moved away from saying a delegated decision subject to receiving further assurances, because we don't know what further assurances they could give us.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer.
Well, I mean, even if we said, okay, wait until they've done the slip trenches and then get a further letter, that's still no guarantee that they're going to carry on and do it. They could, so it's a real, it's a difficult one. I accept that.
So, Chairman, in light of that advice, I'm happy to support the proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yes, I got some concerns over this one because it appears to me that if we approve this, then does that appear to be taking our foot off the accelerator against South West Water? Because they seem to be the people that's holding everything up, not the developer and not the council, but South West Water. And if they'd got their act together, because it seems a long time since this was approved, and I can't support approval on this, I'm sorry.
I'll bring Mr. Fairburn in here again. Thank you.
Sorry, in light of comment that's been made by Councillor Taylor, and I think have been made by others, I have to say that one shouldn't use the planning system for improper purposes, and to use to take the phrase that was used to use this application to keep the foot on the accelerator of South West Water doesn't seem to me to be a properly motivated decision.
Thank you, Mr. Fairburn. Councillor Rake.
Yeah, in having obviously I've been preempted in my chance to propose approval, but having listened to the debate, let's imagine that that no assurances are forthcoming from South West Water, or it is defective in its delivery of the downstream scheme. What I still haven't really heard from any of my colleagues is to what extent we would the village, the developers, the applicant would be worse off if we approved this. I fail to see, and therefore, if the only benefit for deferring or refusing this is because we imagine that this will put greater pressure on South West Water, then I would entirely concur with Mr. Fairburn that is using the wrong tool to crack a very a nut that desperately needs cracking. But this doesn't seem to be the way.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Can I just, before I bring in Councillor Dommett, can I just say that I don't usually pass comment, but I can't imagine the parish council, the comment has been taking the foot off the accelerator. I can't imagine the parish council would take their foot off the accelerator and take the pressure off of South West Water for something that they've been demanding for a long time. So I agree with you, Councillor Rake. Councillor Dommett.
So I guess my nervousness of approving it is the fact that a pipe half the diameter that it was supposed to be was put into the system by Verto Homes, even though South West Water would have wanted a 12-inch pipe. So that's what's making me anxious.
I'll ask Mr. Noon to come back in there. Thank you.
I think the pipe that has definitely gone in, that is smaller, is the one across, in effect, the third-party land between the development site and Vicarage Hill, because that now carries 1 litre a second as opposed to the previously approved 3 litres per second. The pipe diameters under the road that will pick up gully water and everything like that. That, I don't know if it is specified on the drawings, but that was always a matter for the water company to deal with, because it's under the county council's highway. It's dealing with highways water. I think it will be adopted by the water company. That's really off-site matters. That's the applicant's sort of role in all this stops at the edge of at the edge of Vicarage Road, and then we move over to whoever installs that pipe under the road to pick up the surface water. Their work will need to justify the right diameter for that pipe. There are constraints there. We need it to be the right diameter to carry the appropriate amount of water, the water that's in the system. But also there will be engineering requirements in terms of possibly a tight fit, and there may be constraints on it there. But that is not the developer is not going to be putting that pipe in. Their water is going to be taken away for them by the water company, and it will be their responsibility to put that pipe in. So that diameter pipe is with the water company. But the pipe that I've understand people to have a concern about is the reduction effectively on site before it gets to Vicarage Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Noon. Do we have any other comments from councillors? Councillor Allen.
Just a sort of last minute reassurance. So if the building contractors do find problems, how will that impact the village? What will that mean in terms of potential flooding or problems with water removal? I think that's where I'm unclear. Thank you.
It will make no difference whatsoever to the current situation, as in all the surface water, with the exception of that 1 litre a second from the site, is going where it's approved to go. Yeah. So whether this is approved or refused today, that system keeps flowing. Whether someone's occupying the house or not, that system keeps flowing. It's already in, it's flowing. The trigger is occupation. And then, as Councillor Reddick said, there will be a slight increase because people will start using water in the houses. And that's a little bit extra, but not a lot. So the system is already in place. What we're hoping is a deliverable system down through under Vicarage Hill, and those slit trenches show if there's a problem with that. There is the plan B that is understood to be a possibility. The technical feasibility of the assessment of that plan B route around the back of the houses hasn't been carried out yet, simply because all the evidence points to the fact that it works under Vicarage Hill. But there is a plan B.
So there is a plan B. So if we do have flooding and problems, plan B will sort of kick into action.
That has not been explored to the same extent as this one. It was the favoured option about 3 or 4 months ago.
Right.
There's been quite a lot. There's been an enormous amount of work done behind, in the lifetime of the application. But the favoured option, with all the evidence pointing towards it being a workable solution, is down under Vicarage Hill. If that doesn't work for whatever reason, then we're going to have to accept that other things will be explored, and the timescale for that I cannot comment on today.
Thank you, Mr. Noon. Councillor Abbott.
Thanks. Sorry to come back, but just in response to Councillor Dommett's question and Mr. Noon's answer, are you content with the reduced diameter of the pipe under the land to the northwest?
Yes, that's been looked at by the LLFA for us. It's going to be carrying 1 litre per second. That's pretty small. I mean, a small carton of milk per second. I mean, I'm sure that fits through a 15 centimetre diameter pipe. I see no reason, from common sense view, and also the comments of our advisors tells us that reduced pipe has been looked at and has been accepted.
Thank you, members. If there are no further comments to be made, we have it moved and seconded that we accept the recommendation of the officer for approval. And if you could just show, just to remind people, conscious of the fact that members will always ask.
sorry, let's just get that on. There. So just to add into those conditions, the drawings in red. Is that subject to the conditions set out in the report and the deed of variation to ensure that all previously obligated matters apply equally to this approval. So deed of variation and those conditions, the recommendation is to approve.
Thank you, members. You have that before you. Can I please have a show of hands from members for approval according to the officer's recommendation? Those against? Any abstentions? So therefore, that is 8 votes in approval and 2 abstentions. Therefore, that application is approved. Thank you, members, and can I thank everybody who attended today and spoke, and those who have listened to the conversation. Thank the members for their involvement, and Mr. Noon for his report and perseverance with this. Thank you, members. We will now be moving on to the following agenda. Councillor Bonham.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to ask, if I may, through you, Chair, whether this point of taking, of keeping pressure on South West Water, obviously the parish council will continue to do that, but I wonder if we, South Hams Planning, will be able to continue the discussion and keep asking for updates from South West Water. So as they have promised, and I wonder if that's something we're able to commit to. Thank you.
I think we can certainly, for as long as the application is, I'm going to say undetermined, and what I mean is until the decision notice is issued, because there's a period to do the deed of variation, I think we can. I think once the planning permission has been issued, it then stops being a planning matter. But I would suggest, in terms of local authority, it would be really a matter for the ward member to because it's an existing surface water issue within a parish. I think it's absolutely a matter for the parish council and potentially for the ward member to keep pressure on South West Water, rather than, because I don't believe at that point it's a planning matter.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Right, we will now move. Thank you, everybody, for your attendance. Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 7. We'll just give Mr. Weimer the opportunity to set his computer up.
Members, we are still live and recording.
We are still, please. Thank you. Right, thank you, members. Mr. Wyman will now take us into agenda item 7.
Sorry, Chair, it's the first time I've been able to get this sorted without the assistance of Mr. Gardner. There's a bit of a momentous moment.
Okay. Thank you, members. Can we now move in, Mr. Weimer? Thank you.
Okay, members, I've got one appeal decision for you today, which is for something relatively straightforward. It's quite a lengthy decision, but I can absolutely understand why. So it's application 29B, Ridge Hill, Dartmouth. That's the site sort of set back off the road access from Ridge Hill, but it's sort of set back behind most of the properties in Ridge Hill. It was the development was to raise the roof to allow a new first floor or second floor, depending which way you look at it. So that's existing, or yes, that is existing. And if you, to start with, focus on the what would appear to be a front elevation at the sort of the bottom middle of those plans, so it goes from there to there. So I'll go back again. So it's two-story to effectively three-story with the third floor partially in the roof and partially not. So it is effectively putting another floor on the top of the property. So this is, oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Go back. So this is the existing property when viewed from, that's got to be Mayor's Avenue car park, isn't it? So it's a relatively prominent in the street scene. The left was existing, proposed was I'm assuming there's a photo montage that the applicants provided. So there's a couple of paragraphs that I find quite helpful, and this may provide some guidance to members. Quite often you'll have applications where you'll have an applicant will put up photographs of this is what it's going to be like on the screen, then you'll have a neighbour or an objector put up an alternative, this is what it's going to be like, and you think, actually, are they even looking at the same two schemes because they're so wildly different, one emphasising it has no impact and one emphasising it has lots of impact. And the inspector in this decision said that interested parties have submitted photo montages purporting to show the visual impact of the proposal. For clarity, I have, however, determined the appeal having regard to the photo montages with the appellant's evidence, as I have found these to be more accurate depiction of the terms in terms of height and massing. So the inspector's clearly looked at them and decided that it's taken the applicant's evidence. The main issue was the effect of the proposal on the character of the conservation area and the setting of surrounding heritage assets. And for those of you who know Dartmouth, part of this might come as a little bit of it's good from us, but it's a little bit of a surprise. So in terms of the Dartmouth conservation area, sets out that clearly special attention has to be paid to conservation areas, as you'll have heard us say on a number of occasions. And given, I'm sure you're aware, that we are in the process of revisiting and redoing some of the conservation area appraisals and the conservation area management plans, the inspector has put quite a lot of weight on the Dartmouth conservation area appraisal in terms of setting out the significance of the conservation area, what the important elements were, and what zone this sat in. So it said within the character, it's within character area 1, which covers much of Dartmouth's commercial centre and the higher hillside street patterns. Many of the historic buildings are terraced, vertical emphasis. This prevalent built form can be especially appreciated from harbourside and low-lying commercial centre locations uphill towards the site. A number of important views are identified in the Dartmouth Conservation Area Appraisal, which I will now refer to as DCAA because I can actually get that out without tripping over my words, including a distant elevated view from the shared entrance of the site off Ridge Hill towards Kingswear Hillside hinterlands. The proposed raised roof would significantly restrict this view. Whilst this is a fleeting glimpsed view when walking along Ridge Hill, it is nonetheless a pleasing and important vista that links the distinctive hillside built form of the DCA to its wider valid landscape. So clearly the inspector was concerned about this raising of the ridge and having an impact on the views. Such visual connections between the urban realm and the surrounding natural landscape contribute to the significance of the conservation area. The proposal would thus harm the conservation area's significance in this part. There's other viewpoints were looked at. So the proposed roof increase would partially restrict and unacceptably compete with views of Rockhouse when viewed from across the boat float. And it's because they identified that Rockhouse is an important listed building. And although such views are from distance, the obstruction of distant historic fabric within the hillside by a raised modern roof form would nonetheless harm the significance of the conservation area. So, but I think the interesting, probably the most interesting paragraph for me is knowing the site. It talks about the relationship between the site and the Royal Naval College. The proposal would therefore harmfully dilute the historic roof escape along when viewed from across the boat float. In this respect, the raised roof would fail to preserve the setting of the Royal Naval College that contributes to its special architectural and historic interest. Well, the Naval College isn't that close, so the fact that it considers that that has harm to the extent it would be refused, I think was quite an interesting point for me, because I'm not sure I necessarily personally would have picked that up. So it's an interesting learning point for me personally, and the team have gone through this quite carefully, because there's some very good paragraphs on heritage and planning balance, much to Councillor Abbott's distrust, by the looks of it.
I was just about to say thank you, Mr. Weimer. Are there any questions? And I could see Councillor Abbott.
So Pat, the destroyed view presumably is not from this direction, because the Naval College is to the east. So you're talking of looking from somewhere else.
It's not just, you're right, it's not just this view, but I think it probably is views from this direction, because from the other direction, you wouldn't be seeing past this site to the Naval College, would you? Because the Naval College is the other side.
Oh, yeah, it's behind the house.
Yes.
Behind the house? Yeah, right, yes. No, not to the right. It's to the northwest. Sorry. It's to the northwest of here. The Naval College is to the northwest of the town centre.
Quite a way away.
But up on a hill, so.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, you have a question?
Yes, I'm a little bit confused, but I'm easily confused, so that's not an issue. Patrick, you talk about views, but I understood there was no right to view in planning issues.
Okay. I should have foreseen this question, shouldn't I? We're not talking here about a loss of a private view from a house, or so if someone's sitting in the lounge and the property's built in front of them, I'm losing my view. You're quite right. That isn't a planning consideration. We're not talking about the loss of a private view. We're talking about the loss of an important public view that's identified in the conservation area appraisal that says this is an important public view of the historic significance of the area. So it's the loss of that view in terms of public amenity rather than private amenity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. Are there any other questions for Mr. Weimer on this? If not, thank you. And I think that concludes that agenda item. We now move on to agenda item 8, which is the update on undetermined major applications. And the standing form on this is that it is noted, and that if members have any questions on particular elements within there, that they can contact the relevant planning officer associated with that application. If that is the case, then I am pleased to say that we have concluded all the business, and I will declare this meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.